Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to adopt the agenda as presented as business order of the day. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. We'll move directly into old business. We'll begin with Wayne County Development Alliance. Mr. Foot. Not Wayne County Development Alliance. GDP, EDPR. I'll let you explain that.
I'll explain it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Craig Foot. I'm the Business and Project Management Director at the North County Rural Trade Department County Development Region. I'm here representing Wayne County Development Alliance. Wayne County Development Alliance is administering $22 million for collection system enhancements for the city of Goldsboro related to Project Butter. Project Butter was the expansion of Mount Olive Pickle to create a Goldsboro plant. I'm here to give you a status update as to where we are currently right now with that project. I'm assuming that, yep. So I put a couple pictures up here just to bring a couple things up. One, there's only a couple council members that were there, or that was actually on council whenever this happened. And I really like that picture of the previous mayor saying this is a big deal for Goldsboro, and some of the reasons why it's a big deal I got on the next slide. But I wanted to make sure to take a little time to run you guys through the project and what has happened up to this point, and then where we're going with phase 3. Why is he saying it's a big deal? It was a $35 million worth of private capital investment into the city's boundaries. It created 167 new jobs. We secured $22 million in grant funds for collection system enhancements. Little did we know, for those of you that know what ARPA is, that these were going to be ARPA funds, which put a nice big kink into the plan on how we can administer these funds, but we had nevertheless $22 million to enhance the system. Additionally, because there's $22 million and some of the restrictions came along with it, we had to go back to the General Assembly. We had to ask for an additional $5 million. That $5 million came to the city of Goldsboro on an allocation in the 23-24 state budget. Unfortunately, the state budget, as you guys may know, took a little while to pass, and the original estimates, that $5 million isn't quite what we need to finish the job up, but we're not far off. But we gave you that $5 million city, of course, that $5 million resolution has been put in place to apply for this project. Some added benefits to this. So this isn't just about Mount Olive Pickle. This is also about enhancing the city of Goldsboro's system. I know all of this is not exactly dollar for dollar. These are some older numbers, but years ago, the city had the foresight of putting together a plan to look at the sewer system, to look at some items that needed to be replaced or rehab. And these are just a few of the items that we're doing, at least some of the work in here. So I say all this to basically say, one, you guys had foresight from your staff. I think you need to make sure to recognize that your staff was actually doing this, and your staff has been great to work with. I know Jonathan and Bart have been at every one of our planning meetings that we've had. They did not have conflict, but that was very few and far between meetings. And this, I say this to say, this was not just about Mount Olive Pickle coming onto your system and being able to provide them service, but it was also providing some added benefit to the city of Goldsboro citizens. The Goldsboro plant is up and running. These are pictures from inside of the plant. They are producing pickles in Goldsboro, North Carolina, not just Mount Olive, North Carolina. So this is the inside of the plant. Those are pickles from the day that we had the ribbon cutting of the new plant. Some of you may have been there. Some of you may have gone on the tours. They've got one of the lines of the 3 lines that were proposed to put inside the facility. And these pickles that day were actually being made at Goldsboro plant. Phase 1 of the project. And you guys have got 3 pages that I think I sent over to you guys to have inside the pre-agenda. Phase 1 of the project is 100% complete at this point right now. That was looking at Ash Street pump station improvements. Yes, sir.
For whatever reason, those were not included in the agenda. If you would work with the clerk after the meeting and just.
Sure, I'll send those over to you guys. I've got basically those reports that we sent over to Commerce on what we've done up to December 31st. In addition to that, I've got a project breakdown of total budget, and then I've also got the construction funds broken down. So these are all reports that were provided to Commerce.
Thank you.
I'll get those. I'll make sure those get to you though. And looking at this, $5.8 billion was roughly what it cost to do phase 1. Phase 1 did have a little bit of work that was done on old property to do pre-treatment, and then we also upfitted the pump station on Ash Street, and we installed some force main down Jeffrey Lane. So just to give you guys a map where this is at, for those of you that don't know, Mount Olive Pickle went into the old SPX SPX flow building on Ash Street Extension as you're going out to your hospital. You can see up there, I've put in red, we're kind kind of a little square over there, the pump station that was upgraded. And some of the stuff, you'll see some pictures here in a minute of some stuff that was done for pre-treatment on the Mount Olive property. And then you can see the red line running down Jeffrey Lane. That was the new amount of force main that was installed in phase one. So phase one is complete. Here's some pictures from phase one, first two in the top left and center. That is the pre-treatment that is on Mount Olive's property. On the right-hand side there, that was some of the trenches that were dug to put the new force main in down Jeffrey. The bottom two are actually city property that was enhanced, so that is the pump station that was there on Ash Street Extension there at Jeffrey Lane. So that's phase one construction. Phase two construction, we are in the process of right now, as of December 31st, we were about 60% completed on that project. Got some pictures to show you guys on there. Also just layout, show you what's happening. So Mount Olive Pickle property is still there in yellow. If you look over to the bottom in the middle, there is a pump station there, the Big Cherry Pump Station. Sits on the Little River. As I understand it, is a large source of I&I for the city. So when it rains, being right down the river, water gets in. You guys are unable to handle some of that infiltration. In addition to that, you'll see up here decommissioned Little Cherry Pump Station. So we're actually taking two pump stations that were old, we're getting rid of them. We're actually combining that into the New River Bend Pump Station. That is back behind Cherry Hospital. Got a picture of the huge hole that's in the ground back there. And we're installing force main that's running up through the woods, over the Little River, down in front of Department of Health and Human Services, all the way back over to the first pump station that we did. That particular section, we are looking at $10.8 billion worth of enhancements that's happening in the system. That's all right?
Coming in hot.
All right. So here's some pictures from from the work that is currently going on right now. So you can see the hole there in the left. That's actually back behind Cherry Hospital, the old Cherry Hospital, should I say. On one on the right, you can see some of the structure that's getting put in place for the pump station, and then you can see the force main that's running down Ash Street that's come from over there in that area. And on to phase three. So phase three is doing an enhancement to, and what I'm here to talk to you guys about tonight. So what we're looking at is doing some upgrades to the 117 pump station. In addition to that, there's going to be some force main that is ran. Here's a picture overall of where that work is at. So kind of get your bearings straight. If you know where Edwards Truck Service is on 117, the red box that's back behind is the 117 pump station. We'll be doing a significant upgrade over there, running some force main that's going to go down along Carver Boulevard. The two properties that are in yellow, we're currently working with the city attorney on acquiring those two properties. If we cannot acquire those two properties, that does present a little bit of an issue. It would be an increase of price because we would have to go underneath Carver Boulevard, which would be then tearing up pavement and putting new pavement down. So it is very critical that we get that in there and get that those two properties acquired. So we have just signed the contract to do phase three in that. And I'll send you guys this over for your consideration as you guys go into your next budget season. We have received the contract. Contract was a little over $6.9 million. So with the funding that we have left over from phase one and from phase two, and the $5 million that we had requested from the General Assembly, we're going to come up with about 1.176, if we want to round it, 1.2, a little under $1.2 million shy of doing all of the enhancements. In saying that, we currently also have a contingency fund balance as of today of $463,000. So what our proposal would be is that we would spend down all of the grant funds, but what we would need the city to do is look at the utility fund as you go into next year and making an allocation to be able to make this last phase possible. So about $1.2 million is what we would need from the city to be able to finish that out. Questions? I know that was a lot of information, really fast.
Oh, it's a load. So the 1.2, that would be utility fund, not general fund for those playing at home. And the return on that amount of money so far, how much cash has the city outlaid roughly on these projects?
Nothing.
Exactly. So you're looking at about a 25-to-1 return on this cash. And so I would hope that whenever we're able to have this conversation, that the council is able to support it. Again, this is one-time investment out of utility fund, not recurring cash, not out of our general fund, and that's part of what that's there for. Any questions for council? I'll just kind of blabbing while y'all had a chance to kind of think. All right.
There's got to be a question. No questions?
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
It said that they're making upgrades and improvement to the city of Goldsboro waterway system. They said it's proposed to be finished October 2025.
Yes,
Are
sir.
we still on glide path for that?
Yes, we are. Yes, we're still in the process of, doing the upgrades, but we've got phase 2 well underway. One of the big things, the holdup with the state budget and knowing how much money we're gonna get in there, that kind of did put us a little bit behind in ordering of materials. But we have been able to sign the contract knowing that $5 million is coming, so we got materials coming. That was the biggest thing. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Chris, wasn't like the pumps for the 117 upgrade were like 9 months before we'd end up getting those in? So we do have, quite a long time, lead time on getting materials inside here, and we needed to get that done. The bad thing is that the prices went up as we were waiting for that state budget. So that's the reason why I'm here this evening, is basically because of the cost increase.
Okay, and then phase 3 was supposed to start earlier this year. So how far off glide path did we get with the budget, the state budget being hit?
Now, would that be into the design? That was into design, not the actual work though on phase 3, correct? Sorry, this is Chris Myers from CA Loving.
Sorry. Thank you for having us this evening. Phase 3 right now is scheduled to start here in March. We can get our line crews moving from phase 2 over to phase 3 as soon as they wrap up. So I think March, April timeframe, they can start in there. There's a lot of flexibility in the line work. The pump station work, like Craig mentioned, is delayed due to the fact we have electrical equipment and pumps that are a long lead time.
And where are we at with acquiring the 2 pieces of property that might cause another delay?
On March the 4th, the mayor and I plan to present a resolution for y'all to approve the condemnation of those properties. While we're currently working on the purchase of those, but those are considered air properties. They couldn't figure out everybody was air. So as a result of that, people didn't respond when letters were sent for acquisition, and so now it's been turned over to us. And when Bobby resigned back in January, kind of put a delay on that. But March 4th, Matt and I'll bring a resolution back to the council for approval to proceed with condemnation, which means I'll file suit.
Okay.
And then the judge will appoint a person to represent the unknown heirs. Then after a period of time that passes them to respond, the judge will then enter an order allowing the city to purchase it, and then the court will just disperse it.
Okay. I don't have anything.
All right.
Any other questions from council? All right, hearing none. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
While we're on the subject of wastewater, Mr. Livingston, if you'd give us an expansion update.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Mayor.
actually, Laura, do you mind
Council.
texting other Matt and see if we can get the feedback?
Still.
Yeah. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, it's okay to stay here. Let's give you a quick update on where we're at with this. We're putting together an RFQ. We're about 90% done on that. Request for qualifications. Similar to what we did with the public safety building, there'll be a review panel. In the meantime, we'll probably consult with our on-call engineers to do the grant application for funding through the state revolving fund. But the next step is to get the RFQ out the door and involve being our selection group and select an engineer rec.
Good stuff. Thank you. Any questions or comments from council on our wastewater treatment plant expansion update? That was pretty brief, but long story short, just want everyone to know that there is still work underway, that the city is being very proactive in ensuring that it has a plan in place, and then, of course, got to go through the funding of that plan, but getting some actual plans in place so we know what to aim for.
This will be a design build. We'll get 30% design drawings off of that, which is, and that requires an RFQ. So we're following the letter of the law there, and that'll give us enough design work to get us an idea of what our costs will be. We also took our time trying with our staff to understand the needs that we had for wastewater treatment plant upgrades. So we visited some plants, looked at some recent expansions. So we wanted to be sure with what we wanted and what we were going to try to get.
Thank you. Moving to the next one, public safety complex update.
Mayor, members of the council, Jamie Stanley, Deputy Director of Public Works. We have completed our RFQ for the public safety complex repairs and/or replace. We had two good candidates that were both qualified, Jackson Builders and Bobbitt Construction. They each submitted a complete packet per the RFQ, listing their qualifications and their experience, which were both satisfactory. Each firm then took a tour of the facility, along with me and several other members of our committee. And then they came back for a final interview, which they both presented to us, PowerPoint, and went through a lot of questions and answers we had. The problem we have here is money. We had some pretty consistent numbers from both firms that to repair our facility, to bring it to somewhat of code, would be around $10 million. So that's a lot higher than we thought we could repair this facility for. And this is looking at this facility coming stripped down to the studs to replace the plumbing and electrical and all these things that don't meet code today. If we spent that $10 million, we would still have a building that's not going to meet our needs currently and for sure will not meet future needs. So after analyzing both respondents, we have selected Bobbitt Construction as the most qualified vendor. And I'm here to ask you to approve that so we can begin negotiating with Bobbitt on figuring out what to do. Developing some real plans, some real cost estimates, some real site assessments, and that is going to be in the $25 million range. The difference is we learned so much from this process because we weren't professionals as far as building, construction, and remediation. But both of these guys came in very prepared and taught us a lot about all the things to think about. So I think that we get a chance to negotiate. I mean, it's probably cost a couple $100,000 to get an idea of what we want to spend. And so that's what is on the consent agenda for tonight.
Council, any questions or comments around the public safety complex and the path forward?
So the price was how much again?
$10 million to repair our existing facility. And based on about $450 per square foot, $25 million to build a new facility. That would be a joint facility, which would still have the emergency operations center. It would have some shared spaces like a shared gym, shared locker rooms. That's the most cost-efficient way. Of course, there's a lot of other considerations for where we're going to put this thing if we move it at all. So there's a lot of discussion to go. But all this stuff we've gotten so far has been at no cost. Now, if we want somebody to start designing and spending time, we've got to get a contract to start moving forward.
To your knowledge, are there any available grant funding possibilities for this project?
Not to my knowledge. I think this is going to be we need to borrow the money and get a 50-year building and pay it back in 20 years. So that's the kind of financing this is going to take.
We need to be in a position to be able to do that, but we will absolutely pursue both assets, state level and federal level as well.
Well, it'll take a long time to go through this process of what do we want to build.
Right, and we got to decide exactly what you want it, where you want it, the
Right.
future. This is something that the current layout, the current location has served Goldsboro beautifully, but is it going to serve Goldsboro beautifully for the next
Right.
50 years? And so all those are conversations, but the specific funding piece, I want to be very clear. We have to plan as if we are going to have to finance all of this internally. But I think that we aggressively pursue and are aggressively pursuing getting some assistance from state and federal sources too.
And once we know exactly what we're going to do,
Right.
we can know what grants to ask for.
Right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I agree with, I was gonna sort of make the same comment that we, putting money into that building, knowing that even if we do that, the limited life out of it and the condition that it's in, I think we certainly need to look at what our other options are and who can participate and all that. But that being said, do we need to approve this and I realize what the purpose of this ask is for, it's on the consent agenda, but do we need to approve this now? Or do we need to talk about that more in the retreat that's coming up about, do we want to spend this money before we have that conversation about how we're gonna proceed forward, or do we need to go ahead and let this ball roll?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
The next step is essentially, we've selected a builder, contractor, and they will give us a proposal of to do what's called, this is how they do it, a study. So then they'll have things broken down. If you're gonna build a new building, here's what we're gonna do. They've done a space needs analysis, and, you know, they'll design it according to the specs that we put in there, which is basically pretty much basic specs. And then they'll tell you, this is what it's gonna cost to do the study. So we would bring that back to this board for approval. So we just wanted to, for tonight, our recommendation, or the committee's recommendation is that we try to build new, given the fact that we'll have a 50-year lifespan versus, and then this is the contractor we believe is the most qualified to do the job. So it's kind of a step process.
And would it make a difference in what, I'm sure it will, so to some degree, what that number is based on what we end up choosing for the location? Because I know that, in speaking with the fire chief, there's some ongoing conversation, I believe a feasibility study, to where best suited that a future complex would be if we went in that direction. And I don't think it's going to be in its present location. So wherever it lands, does that make a difference in what?
It does, and that's why we're recommending that we go with Bobbitt, and they start doing the study, and we'll come back with the cost for the studies, because there's a lot of variables that we have to consider. You know, one of them being location, just options. So we want to look at all the options and think through it and decide what's best for everybody.
Okay.
But this first contract will have like a fee schedule, like hiring an attorney. You know, based on how much work they do, professional engineer time, study time, we'll have some type of contract that's got some kind of numbers on it, not just a blank check for me.
Does this overlap with consent agenda item U?
It's exactly the same item.
So if there's any other questions that come up whenever we get to you and bring you back up, just on that, if
Sure.
there's any specific math or specific amounts that you foresee as part of this specific vote.
Right.
I'm using the word specific too much, but you know what I mean.
Right.
We can come back to it then as well. So this is not the last time we're going to hear on this one tonight.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I did not mean to cut anybody off there either, if y'all had questions.
No, that was-
Okay. All right, we'll move to community relations and development. Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
I'm here with an update for you all, and then just kind of information for new council members on our home ARP allocation. Back in 2021, the city was notified that we would be receiving an allocation of $907,913 of home ARP funding, out of which 15% of that is eligible to go towards administration, leaving a remainder of $771,726.05. We carried out some processes, procedures, came before council. The council voted to allocate or designate 60% of the remaining allocation for non-congregate shelter, and then the remaining 40% to supportive services. So council, out of 4 eligible activities for home ARP, the council chose supportive services and non-congregate shelter. So a quick overview of the timeline of events. On October 17, 2022, the city invited nonprofits to make presentations to council on how their respective agencies could best utilize home ARP funding, and we did have a consultant driving our process at that time. Back in December 22, the Community Relations and Development updated council and informed that the initial focus for home ARP dollars should be centered on eligible activities and not who should receive the funding. Council moved at that meeting to use funding for non-congregate shelter and supportive services. January 10, 2023, the Commission on Community Relations and Development agreed to make a recommendation to council to split the allocation at the 60% for non-congregate shelter and 40% for supportive services. January 23, 2023, the Community Relations and Development Department, along with the Commission on Community Relations and Development, presented to council and made the recommendation of how to split the allocation, and council approved that recommendation. Throughout 2023, the Community Relations and Development Department have combed through the regulations, developed required policies and standard operating procedures for non-congregate shelter, supportive services, and the required underwriting subsidy layer for home ARP, as well as put an RFP application for both activities out. We also sought out potential suitable properties, met with interested community stakeholders, and had discussions with interested agencies. On October 17, 2023, ahead of the launch of the RFP application, the department held an advertised public home ARP, non-congregate shelter, and supportive services pre-application information session at City Hall, and there were 4 attendees at that public meeting or informational session. On October 30th, 2023, the city published the RFP application through the city's bid listing portal and made an official announcement of the notice of funding available on the city's website. We received 1 sealed proposal, but was not able to open that due to the lack of any competition. Here, just wanting to share, this is some HUD guidance on how what they provided to grantees to ensure that we are capable, have the capacity to effectively administer the home ARP funds. So I wanted to just share this slide with you. Okay, for council consideration, department is here seeking kind of some further guidance on how to move forward with the funding. Should we change the allocation percentage? Should more or all go to non-congregate shelter, or should more or all go to supportive services? If that is the case, then any changes made to the allocation plan amounts will require the plan to be amended, which will also require the draft being made available to the public for 30 days for public comment and review. And then the plan would have to be resubmitted to HUD and then reapproved by HUD. And one other thing I'll insert here, we do have 7 years, we have until 2030 to expend the funds. So time is on our side if that is what is the desire of the council. Other eligible activities that we did not consider, but the city could consider, is home ARP, rental housing, tenant-based rental assistance, or nonprofit operating and capacity building assistance, and that is specifically for a nonprofit who's already serving homeless populations. And then just a reminder, home ARP is a one-time allocation to be used for strategic local investments in housing, homelessness assistance, and supportive services implementation. And that is all that I have.
So where you are right now is you've kind of, my words, no one else's, I think you've been put in a very difficult situation, and you have incredibly honorably and competently tried to navigate this, where we're simply not getting any applicants for the specific roles that we're putting it out there for. There's a variety of reasons for that. You know, to be able to, if you could talk just a little bit, to be able to operate a shelter and receive these funds, what sort of competencies do you already have to have in place? I mean, do you already have to be operating a shelter? I mean, what should an applicant who's really going to be competitive for this, what should that applicant have already?
So we do have to have documentation of prior experience with operating a shelter. We do have to have, and the list is long, it's federal government dollars, so the federal regulations are intense. We do have to show with documentation that an agency or organization is financially stable and can sustain and continue to operate through the restricted use period. So we do have to see bank statements, audit records, to document and show the viability of an agency, organization, or shelter owner, developer.
So, since it's federal dollars, I'm taking that, an annual audit is required of that nonprofit, specifically if it's a certain amount of money.
Yes,
with the
so we
new
would have to
laws
see
that they put
prior
in.
year or current, yeah,
Yes,
prior
ma'am.
year, yes, ma'am.
So, do you think that is hindering, those nonprofits in any way, with that annual audit costing them anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000 a year to do that audit? Do you think-
It could be, very well.
I also,
And just the financial, you know,
I think the 60/40 is also a hindrance, because it takes a little bit more than 60% or $400,000 for a shelter.
Right.
In this day and age. So when people look at the breakdown of 60/40, they just don't think it's realistic to actually run a shelter or get a structure for that amount of money.
Well, the challenge there was not to get into it. I obviously don't want to get down the path of getting to a specific potential applicant, but could you, if you're not currently operating a shelter, could this money go towards getting you a facility if you don't have any previous experience running a shelter?
so, but the federal regulations say you have to have that prior experience.
Right.
So there's
Right,
no way
exactly.
we can go around it, so
Which
there's no
makes it-
workaround.
Which makes it incredibly challenging.
However, otherwise, we're setting them up for failure, because if we give them this money and they don't have a financial sustainable plan to
Right.
continue with the shelter, we have actually set the nonprofit up for failure.
Right, so with regard to the shelter, there are 3 ways we can go about providing a shelter to our community. That is acquiring a property, but then we would have to have an owner who's gonna run and operate it. We can rehab a current structure, but again, who's gonna own it and operate it? Or we can newly construct one, which we know we don't have enough money to do that.
Under supportive services, sorry, council, any other?
I have one more just when you get finished with your question.
I was
Please.
gonna ask about the 60/40. I know that we agreed on that, but could we go back and revisit that? You know, I think, Councilman White had a very valid point. Could we go back and revisit that?
There's certainly time to do that if that's what council chooses to do.
And I'm all for going to revisit it, but because our homeless problem is exacerbated, we need to, well, we already been waiting a year
Right.
already to do something with these funds.
Right.
So I know you said we have time because we have until a certain date, but I think time is of the essence.
But it takes time with HUD funding. I mean, the processes and procedures that we have to carry out. So I've already brought to you policies, procedures for non-congregate shelter and supportive services. So if we opt for another eligible activity, I would have to do the same for those.
So with the, sorry, Councilwoman
You,
Woods,
you,
go ahead.
go ahead, I can wait.
With the non-congregate shelter, what defines a non-congregate shelter? What sort of barriers to entry? What sort of treatment? What sort of, how long could someone stay there? What is the general definition of a non-congregate shelter?
Non-congregate, just people have to have their own personal space.
Okay.
So it can't be shelter as we know it, an open room, an open gym with
Right.
100 cots in it.
Right.
That is congregate.
Right.
And you're right, Assistant City Manager, they can't stay no more than 6 months.
Right.
So they have to have some type of plan after 6 months.
Okay. Council, any other comments or questions, or is this something that each of you want to take some time with Ms. Williams over the next, couple of weeks to kind of get a little bit more of an individual understanding on, or do y'all have some thoughts for this evening?
Ms. Williams, I have one question for you, because I am trying to educate nonprofits on the value of taking advantage of this allocation. On the admin side of fees, could it be that we could use some of that fee? Some of the hesitancy for some of the existing nonprofits is they don't have the staff. I definitely, I'm fully aware of all the paperwork that's involved in grants. And for some of these local nonprofits, they don't have the staff to help, to maybe even educate them on the processes of what some of these federal grants look like. You don't have to answer me tonight, but I'm just wondering if part of that administration cost, if we could somehow provide mentorship to some of these nonprofits who actually are equipped to sustain themselves in the long run and provide some of that help to them as far as the paperwork. Because the ones that I'm talking to, they're just saying, hey, we don't have the staff, or we don't understand all the HUD paperwork, and that has been the hesitancy of even applying.
Okay, great question. One of the other eligible activities that council could consider is nonprofit operating and capacity building. So our 15% administrative kind of pot is for city staff, contractors, any contract work that would go into shelter could come out of those admin funds. But the nonprofit operating and capacity building assistance is an eligible activity for a nonprofit who's already serving the homeless. So
Would
that's
that-
something else to think.
Would that require changing the plan, or would you just do that?
Yes, that would. That's a totally separate activity.
If, please, person.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but you
I'm
don't
on
have
it.
to answer.
I'm on
Do
it.
you have a recommendation, being that you have been hands-on and been kind of building this thing and helping us? Like, do you have any advice for the council as to how we should kind of look at this?
I mean, I'm not opposed to the nonprofit operating capacity building, because to support Ms. Weeks, we do have those agencies out here that are spinning their wheels trying to support homeless. I'm not opposed to that. It is a challenge, though, with where we are right now, with that 60-40, the shelter, and it's a challenge.
So do you think if we went back and rehashed it? Because it seems that we're gonna have to go back and look at it anyway.
Right.
So if we go back and rehash the 60-40, could your community relations commission come back with a different number, a split?
If you'd like another recommendation from that group, we can certainly work on that. Just kind of see what their thoughts are. They are considered an advisory to the department. So if you would like that, we can certainly work on that.
I think we should.
Mayor, I'd like to make a recommendation that you do that. I think that would be very beneficial to us as a council if your team were to bring back a proposal to us as to what you think would even be beneficial to the nonprofits, to assist them, to educate them and give them the knowledge on how to apply for the funding as well.
We can absolutely do that.
Yeah, I'll second it if Rod does it.
Well, they may not necessarily need a full motion. I think
Yeah.
the consensus is that I think council would like a plan. You know, we, in very good faith, put this plan in place, voted it, and tried, and have not been able to receive responses. I don't know that anyone fully realized. I mean, I voted for the plan when I was in that chair, and I did not fully realize that non-congregate shelter, in order to get that money, you are going to have to already be operating a shelter, cash flowing, and have no barrier to entry. Those don't exist. They don't exist. Like Fordham House, that's not no barrier to entry. So I think we have to revisit it.
I agree.
So
And I appreciate it.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions before Ms. Williams? Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, Mrs. Getz, not to put you on the spot as you're walking away, but
She's back.
perfect. All right. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Put
together another presentation in reference to the pay proposal. I think it was Plan A. I've tried to answer questions that have been asked over the last couple of presentations. So if the presentation gets a little bit sideways, let me know and I'll stop and we'll finish it. One of the questions that came up in the last meeting is, some of the comparison to other departments, their salaries, and the numbers that were up last time were probably 6 months old. So I went back and looked at some of the other agencies in the area to see what has changed with their salaries. The starting salary with Goldsboro is still $47,700. WCSO, the county, is, from our best estimate, from what we're hearing, is roughly about $50K. Wilson is up to $49,800. Princeton is at $45,300. Princeton's at $45,300. Kinston's at $41,200. Garner's up to $54,700. Clayton is $54,300. Smithfield's $49,700. Raleigh's at $50,000, and Chapel Hill's at $50,000. So these were kind of the numbers that I was looking at originally back in September of last year that figured to put us in a competitive position to help us to fill these vacancies and to remain competitive to where we don't have to revisit this every year. Is where I came up with the figure of 21.55%, which put our starting salary at around, is going to put it at $50,126, I think it is. So that's how that number kind of evolved. Another question was asked about some of the incentives that some of these other agencies, not necessarily the agencies that we compared to, of what incentives they're put in place. So I've looked around. Rayford PD is an example. They offer a $2,500 sign-on bonus, and they also offer longevity to the officers. Raleigh-Durham Airport Authority Police, they have a sign-on bonus for experience anywhere from $1,000 to $10,000. Edgecombe County Sheriff's officers offer longevity. Southern Shores PD offers $8,400 cafeteria plan. The best I can figure out of that $8,400, you could either apply, the officers can either apply it to their base salary, or they can contribute it to their 401k contribution or any other insurance expenses that they have. And they also offer longevity. Aden Police Department offers a $3,000 sign-on bonus. Benson PD offers a $2,500 sign-on bonus. Goldsboro does not offer any sign-on bonuses. What we currently have, and I think is relatively competitive, is probation. When they come off of probation for criminal justice, they get a 5% bump. If we hire anybody that's got sworn service, whether it's law enforcement or military service, is a 1% per year experience of credit that we give. Career progression currently, at 2-year mark, you're police officer 1, which is a 5% bump. At 4 years, you can put it, the officer can put in for police officer 2, that's another 5%. And then senior officer is another 5% at the 7-year mark. So from the day you start until 7 years later, there's 15% right there salary increase, which doesn't take into consideration if there's any COLA or merits along the way. Currently for education, a 2-year degree will get you 2.5% pay increase. 4-year degree will get you 5%. Language or bilingual is a 5% increase. FTO or field training officer is a 5% increase. If you're a canine officer, that's a 5% increase. And if you're a traffic officer, that's another 5% increase. So that's currently what GPD has to offer for incentives.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Does that, can you get 2 of those? So military being K-9 and then they also get their time in service?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes. Yes, sir. For fiscal year 24, if we were to implement Plan A, well, let me start back. Plan B was implemented on October 4th of 2023. And at that time, we had a major's vacancy, a corporal vacancy, and several officers' vacancies. But as of today, we've got 1 major vacancy, corporal, and 12 officer vacancies. But if we maintain the 8 vacancies, then don't fill them until we get out of the fiscal year. That means right now I can fill 4 more positions because we're 12 vacant. So if we maintain 8 vacancies for the next 4.5 months, don't fill the corporal's position, don't fill the major's position, and implement Plan A, then that will cost an additional $63,000 to get to the end of this fiscal year. A lot of that cost to do Plan A was taken up by lapsed salaries, stuff that we had in place. But in order to put in Plan A now to get us to the end of the fiscal year, don't hire 8 officers, keep the major and corporal vacant, we still need an additional $63,788.90. And that's just to get us to the end of this fiscal year. What it'll do to the pay grades, when we went to Plan B, the pay grades changed. So if we go to Plan A, the pay grades will change as well. Police officer trainee currently is grade 75. Plan A will move up 1 grade to 76. Police officers currently at 76. If we move Plan A, then the police officer's position will be grade 77. And then police officer 1 will go from a 77 to a 78. That's at the 2-year mark. Police officer 2 at the 4-year mark will go from a grade 78 to a 79. Police officer at the 7-year mark will be the senior officer, or a corporal. You can become a corporal at the 4-year mark, or an investigator at the 4-year mark. That pay grade will be from 79 to 80. Sergeant's pay grade will go from an 81 to an 82. Captain's pay grade will go from an 83 to an 84. Major's pay grade will remain 86. Chief's pay grade will remain at 89. Salary ranges, I did this, there was a question about, will it affect compression? This will not create any compression because everybody moves at the same rate. So it won't create any progression and any compression. This is what it'll do for the salaries as Plan A. Your majors, their salary range will be in the 100,000. The reason why one of them's highlighted in red, that's a vacant position. That was the salary at the time it went vacant. So I haven't figured what the new salary is because we don't know who would fill that position. So that's why it's at that level. The captain's salary ranges will go anywhere from, I think, 89 is the lowest one, and will go up as high as 99,000 for captains. Sergeant's positions currently would be at range from 75 to 90. And then the corporal and the investigator, their salary ranges, I think 63 is the lowest on that, and we'll go up as high as 80 if I'm looking at it right, or 86, and I think there's a corporal in there that may be at 90. Now some of those salaries are based on, you could have a corporal that's got 25 years experience, so that's where their salary for that corporal is going to be substantially higher than your other corporals, because technically you can be a corporal with Goldsboro Police Department at the 4-year mark. So that's why there's going to be some separation there as far as the salaries. Same thing for the investigators. You can be an investigator at 4 years. Some of these investigators have been in that position for quite some time, so they've had the benefit of getting COLAs over the past few years and stuff like that. So that's why there's a little bit of a spread with some of these salaries. And I will say some of the officers that they don't qualify or they don't put in for PO1 or PO2, that's 10% money they don't get. So when they stack up their salary against another officer that may have been here for 7 years, if that officer got PO1, PO2, and senior officer, their salary is going to traditionally be about 15% higher than the other officer's salary. So again, there's things you've got to look at other than just the salary number of why is there a difference. And we do that constantly to make sure that we haven't overlooked something. And then the officer salaries will go anywhere from the 50,000, 126, and could potentially go, I'd have to say 72, I believe is the highest one that I'm looking at now. Or maybe one up there higher than that I can't see. But that kind of gives you the spread on what the officer salaries are or what the new salaries will be in pay Plan A. Cost consideration for next fiscal year. In order to implement Plan A for the next fiscal year, that would be an additional $1.1 million, or $1,118,791.40 in addition to what we were budgeted for this fiscal year. That's the cost that you need to consider for next fiscal year. The bottom of this slide is something that also needs to be considered and probably discussed more in depth at the retreat or even during council or budget prep and when we go back and forth on the budget. If you were to take 20 of the frozen positions that we currently have and unfreeze those positions and fund them, that would cost $1.7 million the next fiscal year.
Instead of the 1.1.
Correct. I feel like I'll probably get into this discussion before I leave here tonight, so I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there now. We've been asked to look, or I've been asked to look at it to see if there's a potential to reduce staffing numbers, our overall. We're budgeted sworn for 106, and I'm also allotted 20 or 14 part-time or civilian positions. 20 frozen positions to me is essentially cut positions. They're not funded. So to ask me to say, how many do you think you can cut? Well, I think I can cut 10. If you leave those positions frozen, essentially they are cut. And my hesitancy to say, well, let's just cut them is because I've got enough experience to know once I lose those positions, it's going to be just about impossible to come back later and get them. It's very difficult to do. So I just don't see You guys have the wisdom, I don't. You're gonna tell me what I have to do, but I just don't see the difference in saying, can I eliminate 10 positions? No, I can freeze 10 positions, or can we keep 20 frozen? That's kind of where I'm at on the frozen positions as far as compared to eliminating those positions.
So you'd rather see a position remain frozen than deleted off the books?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir. Questions?
I have one.
I wanna talk
Go.
about-
Sorry, Mr. Boyette, and then Ms. Jones.
Okay, sorry.
How long do you anticipate, just so, because this is a question that's been asked a lot and will continue to be asked until it's answered here and now. How long do you think it's gonna take you to staff up, ramp up that process, taking so that when the public says, well, are we filling vacancies, or how long before we get the vacancies filled? No, I'm not talking about the frozen, but what you're currently budgeted for that we're going to adjust, just time frame wise.
So right now, we've got 32 vacancies, and we take away the 20 frozen. That means I got 20 vacancies that I can fill, in addition to what I've got currently in BLET as a pre-hire. So if we say I'm gonna go ahead and freeze 8, I'm not gonna touch 8 of those just to get through this fiscal year to help financially make it to that mark. So that means I can fill 4 positions. Those 4 positions, I can probably have those filled by the end of this fiscal year, 4 months.
And that's those 4 plus how many are currently in BLET?
There's 4 currently in BLET, and those numbers are included, so they're already in there.
Okay.
So essentially, if I bring on an additional 3 or 4, I could probably have those positions filled probably by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay. And I think the general,
Go ahead.
yeah, it's just the general consensus is we want to see you staffed up, and I say we.
Nobody wants to see me staffed up any more than myself. I mean, I want to see it as of yesterday, but we're not settling. We're not staffing up with just anybody. We're not staffing up with, we haven't lowered our standard to who we hire, and we will never lower our standard. And we're very selective. So we're just not going to do this mad rush to just say, let's put some bodies out on the street. That's never worked for any agency in the past, and it certainly is not going to work for us.
Ms. Jones.
Well, that was kind of what I was gonna ask, but I also wanted to talk about, longevity. Where are we with bringing back longevity?
I think that's an us question.
Is that a question to council?
Us,
Us?
you know,
We'll have to explore some numbers to find out exactly what that would cost and where it goes and how it would work. I haven't been part of any specific discussions on longevity yet.
okay.
I do have that in the retreat presentation that you'll see in a week. Off the top of my head, that number's about $148,000.
If that were implemented for your department.
Right, that's sworn and civilian. Because my understanding is when the city had longevity before, it wasn't just a police. Longevity was
Yeah,
citywide.
I just think longevity is a great incentive for all of us.
Yeah, but I've got a slide that just tells you what I just told you.
Not,
what it's gonna
not
cost.
just the police department, but
Correct.
since we're talking about the police, I ask about the police, but,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
know, I think it's a great incentive to, retain our employees.
We
Yes,
can
I agree.
take a look at that and bring it back as a council retreat item, if you'd like, for the entire organization.
I also wanna look at the benefit package.
Yeah.
Any council members that do have specific things that they would like human resources to make sure they brief us on at retreat, do please send Ms. Dove an email, let her know some specific questions if you have them. I know she's sitting in the back, but I don't want to put her on the spot to make her, 1, try to recite stuff, and 2, try to remember everything. So send her an email, let her know if there's specific questions. Council, this was specifically the police salary proposal is on the agenda. We try to do votes in the actual meeting up here, try to keep this just as, or at least the way that I'm trying to get back to doing it, is this up here is just the discussion and trying to hammer out details. And that way, if any adjustments need to be made, they can be made. It is on the agenda for vote as item DD under items requiring individual action, resolution authorizing an increase in police department salaries. So this is not the last time that we will hear about this, but are there any other questions or comments at this time? Mr. White?
So I know we just gave them a 10% pay raise earlier, late last year.
Yes, sir.
Have we already funded that, or we looking into that during this next?
Chief, I know we funded the current fiscal year with the expectation, of course, that we would be obligated to fund it in future fiscal years, but that coverage is already paid for.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we already accounted for it, and, well, I guess we're gonna talk about
Yes.
this in the next budget, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Any other comments, questions from council for Chief? Chief, we'll see you in a little while.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Ms. Getz, boards and commissions vacancies.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As a follow-up from the last meeting, I reviewed the North Carolina General Statutes related to the Tourism Council, and there is no authority given to the city to add or reduce the membership. I was informed by Ms. Justice, Tourism Director, that Ms. Jill Mills was appointed to the county's tourism board, so there are actually 2 vacancies on the city's tourism board now, which would fill the spot for Aaron Fonseca and Rashonda Jones, as per council's discussion at the last meeting. So I've added Aaron Fonseca and Rashonda Jones to the Tourism Council based on that discussion, and that'll be in your resolution in the consent agenda. Any questions on that one?
Thank you, Laura.
Any comments, questions?
And I've
That
got
worked out very well.
one more.
Please.
Also listed on the agenda item, appointing boards and commission members, there are 2 names listed on the RAC, Recreation Advisory Commission. There is only 1 position available on the board due to a clerical error. Chad Evans was mistakenly removed from that board, but should be listed for reappointment. The board recommended reappointing Mr. Evans. So I've listed on the resolution Mr. Anthony Slater and Mr. Charles Henry. Please discuss which citizen you would like to place on that board and finalize that decision by vote. And I will update the resolution appointing the members to reflect council's decision.
And so you need a conversation now in work session so that then you can make the change so that in our 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right, perfect. So council, in front of us, we were already able to handle the Goldsboro Tourism Council, and that one worked out very well. With this one, with Parks and Rec, again, there was a clerical error, and so now there's only 1 spot to fill. We have 2 applicants. I believe we're already familiar with both of these, and so ultimately it's going to come down to a vote and a conversation of council. So are there any and again, both of these are folks that genuinely want to serve the city, so let's try to keep this as positive as possible. But are there any comments from council about which direction they'd like to go?
Can we just simply, each one of us state what our preference is? Is that the easiest way to do that?
We could just simply do a vote in that way. That would work. Is there any other, before we do that, are there any comments or concerns from any council
Okay,
member?
I have a question I want to make sure I understand. Mr. Chad was mistakenly left off, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Of the report. So he was not listed as a member when y'all got your last update. So that's a position that was not vacant. He was up for reappointment, so I've added him to the resolution to reappoint him. But there is still 1 more position instead of 2. No, he still has to be reappointed. His term was up this time. But if you don't want to reappoint Mr. Evans, you can also choose either one of those 2.
And just for clarity, both of these individuals applied for that specific board.
Yes, ma'am. And Chad Evans was actually recommended by the RAC as a reappointment.
Reappointment. Okay. Council, with this, we do need to make a decision.
I have one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
So Chad was recommended,
Yes, ma'am.
and we have to make sure that we make a choice between Chad or Mr. Slater.
No.
No.
Okay, okay. All
We
right,
have-
gotcha. Okay, I got it.
Okay, so there were, Mr. Evans was already on there. Again, it was just a typographical error. Mr. Evans was already on there. He was eligible for for reappointment for another term. So actually, again, he is up for conversation. The P&R advisory did recommend Mr. Evans to return. So that is one piece of it. And the second piece of it, there's one more open spot. We have two applicants, Mr. Slater and Mr. Henry. So we have three people, Evans, Slater, and Henry. We have two slots. Do you mind was there any further discussion from P&R about the other two as a recommendation? No? Okay. I won't put you on the spot. Sorry about that. So council, I would certainly like to reappoint Mr. Evans, unless there's any objection from council on that one. And as for the other two,
Do we need to make a motion for that one individually?
all right, then we'll do that. First, I'd like a motion to reappoint Mr. Chad Evans to Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission to a second term.
I make a motion.
Motion is made and seconded by Ms. Jones. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. All opposed, like sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, so Mr. Evans is reappointed. And next, we have the conversation of Mr. Slater and Mr. Henry.
Do we happen to have like,
Their applications or anything?
yeah, what was their purpose? Like, there was number 2, number 3?
Yes, sir.
I have
I have that.
comment. So when we was talking about this last time, we talked about trying to ensure that we had some representation across the city on the boards. And Mr. Henry, District 3 was not particularly represented as much as the district as Mr. Slater was represented in. So I want us to remember that while we're about to prepare for a decision,
Sure.
just to ensure that all districts can be represented if possible.
So, Mr. Henry's first choice was the Planning Commission. Mr. Henry's, well, I gotta find him again. Well, second choice was the RAC. And Mr. Slater's first choice was the Commission on Community Relations, and his second choice was the RAC. So they both had that as their second choice.
All right, council, we need a motion one way or another.
I'll make a motion that we approve Bishop Slater for that position.
All right, a motion has been made to appoint Mr. Slater to fill the open position on P&R. Is there a second?
I'll make a second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to appoint Bishop Slater to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission. Is there any further debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, motion passes 5-2. Right? Yeah, 5-2. Okay. Ms. Guest, will you be able to, between now and whatever time we get done?
Hopefully.
All right. Now, no other new business to come before the work session. Let's go ahead and move into the consent agenda items. Item E.
We have Mark.
Mark?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item E designates the city official to make recommendations to North Carolina ABC Commission for all ABC permits. Currently, the administrative code calls out the Development Services Director and his designated representative. This ordinance amendment will change the title to read Assistant Planning Director and Assistant Planning Director or his designee.
Any other comments or questions? Does this have any major responsibility on the signatories?
Second.
On those who are the signatories for it, do they have any special responsibility?
Well, they'll be reviewing applications for ABC permits, and what this will do is we'll bring that code up to date with current titles of the department head
Sure.
and his assistant, and will allow for redundancy in that process in case one person is absent, the other person is authorized to sign.
Perfect. Council, any questions on consent agenda item E? No? Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Item F, also planning.
You may have recalled a few months back, Royal Farms came through with a conditional zoning request for a convenience store with fuel. Part of that request was they requested city sewer, and part of that a requirement for city sewer is a voluntary annexation. Before you tonight is the petition for voluntary annexation of the non-contiguous property located at the corner of US 117 Highway.
Okay.
You'll all also have to sign off for their ABC permit,
Right.
because they'll sell alcohol.
That is, Ms. Getz, I'll also just note, City Council at their meeting on February 12th, there's a typo in that date right there. Which I don't believe impacts our actions tonight, but if we need to fix it before I sign anything tomorrow.
And you said it was in the what,
It's on the cover sheet,
on the memo?
F. The first sentence on the paragraph underneath item 4,
Okay,
it's just in the date.
I'll ask the department to fix that,
All right,
send it
thank
back
you.
to us.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council? All right. Next, we'll move to item G. Ms. Gwynn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My first item is establishing and adopting a pre-audit and disbursement policy. The Local Government Commission recommends, and also the UNC School of Government recommends, that municipalities adopt a pre-audit and disbursement policy to ensure budgetary compliance for units. Back in November, I believe, I went to a training class that the School of Government had where they actually distributed the sample pre-audit policy. Now, bearing in mind, we have always, as finance officers, always abided by GS 15928, but they do recommend that boards adopt a pre-audit policy to reinforce the requirements of the general statute. Essentially, what it boils down to when we pre-audit is we look to ensure that there is a budgetary line item someplace that the council has approved, right? So that there's legal authority in order to expend that money. It doesn't matter if it's in an annual appropriation, like your general fund or your utility fund, or if it's in a project fund or a special revenue fund, something that has a life beyond a year. So what we did, and what I did, is I took the model policy that they gave and I applied it to Goldsboro and how we operate in accordance with what the law states. And so I've prepared a resolution for the council, and I've attached also a copy of the policy that if you approve it, that we will be enforcing in our office. I am the designated finance officer. I was approved as that when I came on board. That power is delegated by the city council to the city manager. This is when they hired me. The city council, by resolution, designated deputy finance officer, that being Andrea Lovelace. So that has been taken care of. So we have all the boxes checked as far as carrying forward this pre-audit policy. It is complicated. I'm not gonna, pretend that it's not, because it is complicated. But if you have any questions, I tried to boil it down to where it was understandable. But if you have any specific questions about the policy, I'm more than happy to answer those.
I think the important thing is it is helpful for a city our size to have these required, they're required to follow them, but without written ones in place, kind of frowned upon. Having these written policies in place really will help us, and it can kind of go back and justify for people that are asking, why do we do things a certain way? We have it here, right?
Okay.
I
Good.
appreciate the work that y'all have done over the last, I know it's 6 months and it's all kind of coming to a head in what seems like the last 21 days, but the amount of policies that we'll be looking at, I realize the amount of work and time and hours that goes into that. And the other things that you've had that are also important that you've had to put on the back burner, so we'll talk about that more later on too, so
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
But
Glad-
before you step down, council, any questions on the pre-audit disbursement policy? Hearing none, thank you.
I've got several others
Yeah.
right behind it.
We'll move to item H, authorization of sale of jointly owned property of 111 West Pine Street.
Yes, sir. Wayne County has requested concurrence by the city for a jointly owned city-county owned property. The county conducted the sale underneath the upset bid process, which is GS 160A 269, and the final upset bid was approved at the January 16th, 2024 Commissioners meeting. The buyer's name is Henry Battle. The sales price is $6,000. The tax value is $1,920, and they have received the earnest money deposit. And so tonight, we have prepared a resolution to declare the property surplus and also to authorize city officials to execute the instruments necessary to transfer that ownership to Mr. Battle on 111 West Pine Street.
Any comments or questions from council? Hearing none, we'll keep on moving. Item I.
So my next item is a resolution to approve a master cost per copy rental contract agreement with CopyPro. In January of 2019, this actually occurred before I came to the city. It began on April 1st. It is set to expire March 31st. Currently, the city has 29 copiers on 11 separate lease contracts with J&M Executive Leasing, and they all have staggered lease terms that end between 2024 and 2029. And in addition to that monthly lease cost, we also pay a per copy fee to CopyPro. Now, the largest of these contracts is scheduled to expire in April. But the staggered contracts terms, as well as the combined lease schedules, as well as GASB 87, really make this very, very complicated. So what we decided, the procurement manager and I decided, was to go out for bid for a rental contract, which does away with staggered lease terms. It does away with the GASB 87. So procurement staff was able to negotiate a 48-month contract with a 12-month optional extension with the selected vendor, CopyPro, and that would initiate a single master cost per copy rental agreement to begin in April. It exchanges all 29 copiers that we currently have for brand new equipment. It allows us to add new copiers during the term, anytime during the term, with the same end date. With this opportunity, IT also requested to add 11 new copiers to the agreement that will replace aging printers and will provide now, instead of just a printing function, a multifunction capability to scan, print, and copy. This will bring the total number of machines on a rental contract now, not a lease contract, to 40. And so I had the procurement manager analyze the cost, and they averaged roughly about $50,000 per year between the lease cost and the cost per copy. Using the new fee schedule that we have, we would save approximately $15,000 per year based on current usage. So we definitely think that there is a cost benefit to this. Plus, you have to realize toner is very expensive for these printers. So when they eliminate those costs, there will be even more cost savings. So what we're asking is that council approve the resolution to award the cost per copy contract, 48-month contract agreement with one optional 12-month extension to CopyPro.
Any comments or questions from council? Hearing none, we'll move to item J.
Okay. So this is establishing and adopting a utility customer service policy and procedure manual for the utility billing and revenue collection. So the city of Goldsboro has never had a formal utility customer service policy. And so what we've done, we did research to see if council had ever adopted one. We were not, staff and I, we were not able to find one. So this is something that should have been done decades ago. So we're trying to write that, and the customer service manager and I have actually worked on this for about 3.5 years, trying to get this done and dialed in to what we also have to remember. We have to follow what state and federal law says. And then we also looked at what our legacy practice was. So we were trying to put in writing what we had been doing that probably, we feel like was the correct thing to do. It is up to the council to tell us if you do or don't agree with the utility customer service policy. If you want any changes, we are more than happy to make those. So we do have an attached resolution and have provided you with that utility customer service policy, which will help provide good governance for the city of Goldsboro.
Council, any comments or questions on the utility customer service policy? All right. Hearing none, and that's a big one. And
It is a big
that-
one.
That one, make sure that you do, I'm sure council has obviously had the opportunity to review it, but make sure that you make your constituents aware that, the things that have been happening are finally written down, so they're happening according to the thing. It's still a lot, in many ways, the same thing.
Yes.
But it is properly written down so that it can be handed to someone. Here's, we're trying to get better.
And once we have the actual resolution signed by the mayor, we will have this posted on the city website under our utility section. We are also developing like a quick tip sheet for people that might be in danger of getting cut off. My customer service manager is working on that as well now. So there are quite a few things that we've got in the works, and I've actually got 2 more policies to talk about in relation to utility customer service. The last one that I have, because my other 2 are at the very end of the agenda, it is the Identity Theft Prevention Program, or Red Flags Policy for utility billing and revenue collection. On January 1st, 2011, the Federal Trade Commission began enforcing what they call the Red Flags Rule. The goal of the rule is to mitigate identity theft associated with certain financial transactions. The City of Goldsboro's municipal utility is included in the FTC's definition of a creditor, and as such is required to comply with federal regulations. So while we were preparing the utility customer service policy, we also did research to see if the city council had ever been presented and prepared an identity theft protection program as required by the law in 2011. We could not find one, so we are rectifying that issue today by presenting a policy that we have put together for you. And it identifies the actions of our department. We will also have an identity theft committee, which will be made up of myself, the Human Resources Director, and the IT Director, to review this policy at least on a once-a-year basis, and then also to review any red flags that have come up during the year to see if we need to strengthen our policy, because it is important to protect, I think, our customers' private information, our utility customers. So we have presented to you tonight a resolution and given you the policy to adopt if you so wish.
Council, any comments or questions regarding this item? Hearing none, I'll let you take a break. Item L, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. I have our home buyer assistance program policy and update to that policy. On July 24th, 2023 through August 4th, the city underwent an on-site HUD monitoring of its FY 17 and 19 home programs. HUD conducted a review of a home buyer development project and determined that the city had inadequate policies to ensure that projects met the affordable housing requirements for home buyer assistance projects. As a result of the review, the city was issued a finding with an accompanying required corrective action. As a corrective action, HUD required the city to update its home buyer assistance policy to include the missing requirements identified in the finding. The city's Community Relations and Development Department has worked to update the home buyer assistance program policy for your review and approval, and the department is asking that council by motion adopt the updated home buyer assistance program policy.
I hate to do this, but I'm going to. Council, given that this is a newer council, do you mind, or council, do y'all have any questions about what that HUD review was, what they were looking at? Do y'all want any sort of update on that? And again, I'm sorry.
No, I do owe a review to the council. We're also monitored for our CDBG
Right.
program year 19 and 20. So that program was closed out, or that monitoring was closed out. These are some of the final items for the home monitoring. So my thought were to bring them both back. Now, once we respond to HUD after receiving follow up on a monitoring, then they have 60 days to in turn give us a final response.
Council, do you have any questions, or is this something that you'd just like to contact Ms. Williams individually about to be able to? All right, perfect. That way we're not eating up too terribly much time tonight. Perfect. Any questions about the specific homebuyer assistance policy that she is presenting? And that's a huge asset, by the way. Make sure that you're well versed on what that can do for your constituents. Item M.
Yes, is the residential construction management policy. So again, on July 24th, 2023 through August 4th, the city underwent an on-site HUD monitoring, again, of its FY 17 and 19 home programs. HUD conducted a review of the city's home buyer development to determine that the city's compliance with the requirements at the regulations cited here, and determined that file documentation for monitored home buyer development activity did not contain home requirements for underwriting or subsidy layering and progress inspections to ensure work met applicable codes, the construction contract, and construction documents. As a result of the review, the city was issued a finding with an accompanying required corrective action. As a corrective action, HUD required the city to develop a plan for how construction management will be conducted on future development projects and advised the city to not undertake any additional housing development projects until this plan can be implemented. The city's Community Relation Development Department has worked to develop the residential construction management policy for acquisition, new construction, and rehabilitation with the use of home funds for your review and approval. And again, staff is asking that council by motion adopt the residential construction management policy.
So I'd like to make one point abundantly clear. When did you become director of this department?
It's named interim April of 2021.
2021.
Yes.
And these findings were from fiscal years 17 and 19.
For home, yes, it was 17 and 19.
And you absorbed the position in 2021.
October.
October 21.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions? Okay. Then we'll move to item N, right?
Yes,
Early
sir.
loan forgiveness.
Early loan forgiveness for 2019 urgent repair program, excuse me, deceased recipient, Mrs. Emma Jones, L. Jones. For the 2019 urgent repair program funded by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, the city of Goldsboro executed a forgivable deferred loan in the amount of $8,850, later modified to $9,850 on June 7, 2022 to add soft costs per the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, as evidenced by a promissory note with Ms. Emma L. Jones. The city, by way of a procured construction contractor, completed rehabilitation work at Mrs. Jones' property in 2021. Ms. Jones complied with program requirements by continuing to reside in the residence until her death on October 23, 2023. Per the terms of the loan agreement and in accordance with the Urgent Repair 19 program guidelines, the Urgent Repair 19 loan is forgiven at $2,000 each year, with the entirety of the loan forgiven on June 7, 2027. Staff is recommending that council adopt the prepared resolution approving the forgiveness of the 2019 urgent repair loan for Ms. Emma L. Jones in the amount of $5,850.
I'm going to ask you the same question here for the sake of council and the public that I asked you in my office. We were looking through this one, which we don't do for all of them, but this one we happen to. Why are they recommending that we go ahead and forgive this loan now as opposed to try and go through collections or something?
So just for informational purposes, HUD requires us to try to recapture funds in instances like this. But on the other hand, the Housing Finance Agency does not. The city has already covered the cost, covers the cost up front, the construction and rehabilitation costs up front, and the city has been reimbursed for the cost. So the city has been paid for providing the rehabilitation for the program recipients. And the Housing Finance Agency also recommends that we just forgive it.
And move on.
Yes.
Any conversation or questions from council?
I do have just one question.
Yes, please.
Just so we won't have to revisit this later on when something else like this happens. Is this a common practice? Is this something that we're willing to adopt for everybody in this situation? Because if not, we're setting a new standard. That's all I have to say.
But again, it's not HUD funding, it's unfortunate. The attorney did recommend a policy for this, so. Yes, we've worked through this, and he has suggested that.
Because if it comes back, we've set a standard now.
Yes.
Okay, so we've never done this before?
I think, Catherine, did you remember, I'm sorry, we've kind of tag team on this, but, there had not been, you could find in city records prior year.
Not that I can recall, and this is
Okay.
very specific to urgent repair for the NC Housing Finance.
And just to be clear, I'm not against forgiving it. I just don't want to do it to come back and we did it before and not willing to do it again. So there needs to be like a policy or some type of standard.
No, so I will not come asking council or the city to forgive any HUD-funded projects. We can't. We are required to try to recapture.
Yeah, I want it clear, I'm not against it, I was asking, had it been done before, because I wasn't aware. And then the city has, gotten their money.
Yes.
So,
I had written down one question to ask you. Is the reason why you made that recommendation is because you looked at maybe how much it was gonna cost us in attorney fees to recoup that funding versus how much the individual owed?
No, I'm making a recommendation because the Housing Finance Agency did. They've already reimbursed the city for the cost.
Any other comments or questions from council? Hearing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Move to engineering.
Good evening, how's everybody doing?
Good.
Hey, John.
So, item O, the first thing on the list is the resolution approving the engineering procedures manual. So this is just a manual that we use. This is what we do. It's on paper. This is what we do on a day-to-day basis. This does not take place of our technical specifications manual. This does not take place of anything we do with TRC, site plan review, anything like that. This is something we can give the engineers. It's got, what we expect to get back from surveyors and underground locates, utilities and stuff like that. That's pretty much all this covers, just to kind of get it on paper.
Council, any comments or questions on item O, the engineering procedures manual? Hearing none,
Good to me.
move to item P.
All right. So the second thing is it's a resolution accepting the grant and authorizing the city manager and the engineering manager to execute documents related to the NC State Appropriations Act of 2023 funding. So in order to be able to receive the funds that was allocated to us in the state budget, we have to give somebody the authority to sign on our behalf. So we elected myself and the city manager to do it. And this includes the $5 million for the project that Craig was talking about earlier, the phase 3 for the Mount Olive Pickle. The $2 million for the Big Ditch Restoration, the Elmwood Terrace project. And there was also $2 million in there for the police fire complex that we were going to use. So this is just a resolution to have authority, give us authority to sign off on that so we can receive the money.
Any comments or questions from council?
I had one question.
Yes, ma'am.
On the grant, is this a reimbursable grant? Because you had mentioned the police and fire complex, so is it a reimbursable grant where we have to spend money to get the money back?
No, I think it comes straight to us, don't it?
The $2 million appropriation, what do you call it, non-directed one, that one they will, sorry. So the $2 million, the non-directed one that we can allocate for the complex, that one, once the manager signs it, we should get that funded. Matter of fact, Matt sent me some paperwork today that needed to be done. It's ready. Now, the other two, those generally would be reimbursable. My preference is I prefer to do reimbursable grants.
That's right.
Because otherwise you have to accrue interest, and we separate them by fund, but it's actually easier to do reimbursable than it is to get them in advance. But anyway, does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions on item P from council? Hearing none, we'll move to item Q, still engineering.
Hold on a second. Got my minutes mixed up here. There it is. All right, so this is the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with the NC State University Coastal Design Dynamics Lab for professional services in reference to the Big Ditch Restoration Project. So there's a contract attached to this, I believe, that everybody received. And so the total, so we're going to do this project in 2 phases. The phase 1, we're going to go ahead and start utilizing the $2 million that we're going to receive from the state appropriated funds. And the phase 2 is going to come when we do the construction cost, when we get the FEMA brick grant that we applied for recently. That was $5.7 million, I think it was. So this is just a resolution to get the city manager to sign off on going ahead and get started on the, because I think we got some hydraulic stuff we got to do, and it's laid out in the contract.
Council, any comments or questions on this project or on this particular item? Hearing none, we'll keep right on rolling.
Appreciate it.
Item R.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
I'm here before you this evening for an agenda item regarding a welcome sign agreement. So back in 2003, the city of Goldsboro entered into an agreement with New Hope Friends Church to place a welcome sign on their property. This particular sign is located on Highway 70 as you enter Goldsboro, coming from Kinston. So it's on that end of Goldsboro. So you're traveling west, entering into Goldsboro. That's where this particular welcome sign is. As that agreement is over 20 years old, it should be updated. One of the updates includes acknowledging that the sign has been built on the church's property, because the agreement said we will build. And then FY 23-24 funding was budgeted for this agreement. And so the $480 amount paid for services remains the same. So essentially the agreement says $40 per month or $480 for the year. That has not changed. We're just updating the agreement since it was done in 2003. The city of Goldsboro still owes the church for services rendered under 2003 agreement, and we do plan to pay them that for the 2003 calendar year using the old agreement. And this agreement that I have before you will take place effective this year. So essentially, like I said, we are looking to still pay them for 2023 based off the 2003 agreement. It's just starting with 2024. That's what this new agreement kicks in. And so with that, it is recommended that the council approve the attached resolution and accept the updated agreement with New Hope Friends Church. Did I confuse anybody?
Good. Any questions or comments from council? So with fiscal year, this is current fiscal year or next fiscal year? This is current fiscal year, right?
Current fiscal year, it was budgeted, because it was previously budgeted in another department,
Right.
and it was shifted to Parks and Recreation. So it's currently budgeted in this fiscal year's budget to pay for the agreement, and we're going to pay them off the old agreement.
Right.
So for fiscal year 24-25, that's when this new agreement kicks in. So we're essentially still paying them at the end of the year,
Sure.
calendar year.
Any other comments, questions? Fiscal year, calendar year can mess with your head.
I know.
So, thank you so much. We'll move to item S.
Good evening again. Got a street closure. Got the North Carolina, well, item S on the consent agenda. North Carolina Main Street temporary street closure, March 12th through March 14th. North Carolina Main Street Conference is an annual 3-day conference, and Goldsboro was chosen for the location of the 2024 North Carolina Main Street Conference. The North Carolina Annual Main Street Conference is one of the many educational offerings provided by the North Carolina Main Street and Rural Planning Center, a division within the state of North Carolina Department of Commerce. The conference will be held from March 12th through March 14th, utilizing the 100 block of the southbound lane of South Center Street. The Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation, along with the Downtown Development Office, is requesting the closure of the southbound lane of 100 block of South Center Street from March 11th from 10 a.m. until March 14th at 4:15 p.m. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for police department traffic control. 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire department are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. And it's recommended by motion to grant the requested temporary street closing of the southbound lane of the 100 block of South Center Street as stated above.
Any comments or questions from council on item S?
Yes, I have a question.
Councilman what?
So is the hub available on this day?
The hub, I believe, will probably be used by this one. This one takes up multiple blocks.
It's a large conference. You're
And
looking
is the 2-hour parking still in effect for this day?
Well, you know, and that situation would probably, there's not gonna be many people parking as much as parking outside and coming in from other places, but it's up to you guys, however you feel about it. Because there will be probably 800 or more people coming from around the state to visit.
I'm extremely excited about the conference. My only concern is the businesses that are on Center Street, and maybe Mr. Mills can answer this. Where do their customers, their handicapped customers, their customers, and their employees park since we have the 2-hour parking? And if I'm understanding correctly, that'll take up the lot right beside the DGDC, right? Or that's not gonna take up that parking lot beside of you guys?
Yeah, if you want to get into that, and that's fine, I would rather ask Greg, because
Okay.
he's been involved in the detailed planning for that event. I haven't, so don't have the exact details. We were going to update you on that at the retreat, more of the details, but he can tell you where we're at right now.
Yes, so the area that's gonna be closed is in front of Paramount. We have to have a very large tent to house all of the exhibitors and some of the other events that are going on. The blocks south of that aren't in the parking regulation, so it really will only affect that one area around around the Paramount Theater, where it will be blocked off to vehicle traffic, of course, not to pedestrians, so anybody can walk into those places of business. Does that answer your question?
Well, for me, it doesn't. I want to know, are we still enforcing the 2-hour parking? Because if there are an abundance of people coming downtown, and they're going to park downtown in the vicinity, and we're enforcing this 2-hour parking, or are we going to give a day off?
I mean, they'll
So
definitely get a ticket.
You've already authorized up to the end of March for us not to do that, so we won't be enforcing it by direction of the city council already.
Oh, no, they'll still be getting warning tickets, though.
Well, you know, I guess we're still writing warning tickets, Chief.
But you're saying 800 people are gonna be downtown, and these are people that are coming here to shop at these businesses, eat at the restaurants. The agenda has been released of the classes that they're gonna be in and the tours they're gonna be taking. There's absolutely no way 800 people can move their cars every 2 hours.
Well, no, that's not correct.
So should
that's
we not even do warning tickets that day? Would it be useless to even do warning tickets that day?
It probably would, to be honest with you. But go ahead, Greg.
So the way the vast majority of the attendees of the conference are gonna do this is most of them will be staying in hotels outside of the city because we don't have any, inside the city. Most of those people get transported in through buses from the hotels to the downtown area. So only a small percentage of people will actually drive in. And there are lots of lots in Goldsboro that can house that type of parking. And people simply have to walk a block or two to get to the event. So I don't really see that. There's not gonna be 800 people trying to park in downtown Goldsboro. Most of them will be parked at hotels and transferring in through their shuttle buses.
But they will be taking up some of those parking spaces that would normally go to the Maxway or whatever businesses are on that end of the streets. They would be taking up a lot of their parking spaces. So, to me, we should not do any type of warning tickets that day because those few days, because
That's fine.
everybody's gonna be.
We'll make sure that doesn't happen. Chief, good with that?
Is there, with this one, is there, obviously, these are legitimate concerns. I'm not trying to quiet the debate in any way. Would council like to move this one off of the consent agenda to items requiring individual action? Or leave it on the consent agenda and then whenever we're getting into the formal presentation on Main Street Conference, get into the specifics of warning tickets or something like that? Because again, I'm not in any way trying to quiet the conversation.
I'm okay with leaving it on there, but I just was saying, I feel like we needed to get rid of the warning tickets for that day, so.
Councilman White, and then we'll come back to Councilman Jones.
I'd be more comfortable if we remove it and revisit it closer to the event.
Okay. So would you be moving to remove it from the agenda altogether or removing it from the consent agenda?
Moving it from the consent agenda.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Actually, Councilwoman Jones and then Mr. Boyer. And just to be clear, is that a motion to remove it from the consent agenda?
For today.
For today?
Right, so I want to revisit it as we get closer to the event.
Okay.
But I don't think it should be here for us to vote on today on the consent agenda for today.
Okay. So Robert's Rules requires me, Paul's conversation, the motion has been made to remove this item, to amend the agenda, to remove this item completely from the agenda. Is there a second to that motion? If we do end up going into discussion, that motion discussion will continue, but Robert's Rules requires you give priority to motions. So the motion has been made to remove it from the agenda altogether. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that I second what he was saying.
Okay. All right, so a motion has been made and seconded to remove item S from the agenda for today altogether. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
I have comments.
Mr. Boyer.
My comment was just going to be, since that we agreed that we just were not going to enforce, and there would be no warning tickets that day per the chief, that satisfy, that take care of this issue, so we didn't need to act on it for removing it from the agenda. That was going to be my question, but there's a motion and a second, so unless somebody wanted to rescind the motion, then we need to vote on it. But I was just thinking, well, we solved this issue for now, but.
Well, we have to vote on it either way, because a motion's been made, so that motion can either pass or fail. If it fails, then there can still be the conversation of what do we want to do with it? Do we want to approve it with contingents or what?
I would just simply say that if Councilmember White and Councilwoman Jones still feel comfortable with their motion, I would certainly support that. So,
Mr. Mayor, all right, just 1 second.
Chief.
I think the chief needs to address a particular issue.
There's a 30-day requirement to
that's what I was gonna say.
request street closure. So if we take it off tonight and move it to the next meeting, you're gonna be within that 30 days, and then it's not appropriate to do it. It's too late.
All right.
But there will not be warning tickets or anything issued. I can repurpose Akeem, and he can work in the front lobby, so that's fine.
In other words,
No
you're
issues.
saying we have to do the street closure. We've committed to that for this conference. If we're gonna, or unless we're gonna have to do something drastically different.
Figure out something else.
And moving forward.
The reason why I second it,
Ms. Jones.
because it's always good to have good discussion, and for our constituents to know that we're concerned about the parking and what we're gonna do. The most important thing is that they do not no one gets warning tickets during this time. That was my take on it, and that's why I seconded it, because to have it removed so that we could discuss it. But if there's a time constraint, as long as no one gets a warning ticket during this time, then I'm okay with that.
And to my other comment, if I'm in line, or do I need to?
Mr. Boyer.
Okay. My other comment was gonna be, since we solved this issue for this one, I mean, I completely agree with the concerns from the other council members, that maybe in the future, when we recommend approval of a request, that approval could be included in that we recommend approval and no recension of parking for that particular event or whatever, to just looking forward to how we might could address it in the future. But for now, since we're within that 30 days, that I'm okay with what's been said. But again, if the motion that's on the table decides to go forward, I would support that motion just to support my council members.
All right, so is there any further debate on the motion? Then I'll get through procedurally what we can do.
I'll rescind the motion, but
Okay.
I do want the board to remember that every time we make a decision, we set a standard.
Right.
That's exactly right.
Right, so every time we do that, and somebody else come and ask for it, it's a standard that's already been set. That's all I want you to be aware of. I rescind my motion.
Okay. I very much appreciate that. This is a good conversation. So with that, I'm asking our attorney real quick. Should this one, given that we want to add a contingency, if you will, that there's the parking piece that's removed, should we remove it, put it on the items requiring individual action, and then approve it with some sort of add-on, or just roll with it?
You're approving a street closure here regardless.
Okay.
The parking thing's a separate issue totally.
Okay.
And so I think the direction that you've given to the chief, as far as no warning tickets, is sufficient for that.
Leave it alone.
So you leave it
I would
on the
say.
consent agenda.
Okay.
We hear you loud and clear, no warning tickets on the days of the conference.
Okay.
We're good with that.
All right, any other conversation around item S, North Carolina Main Street Conference? All right, item T, St. Baldrick's Cures for, Cuts for Cures.
Right. St. Baldrick's Cut for Cures events, temporary street closure. The Goldsboro Elks Lodge is once again sponsoring the St. Baldrick's Cuts for Cures event. This event represents the 25th year of St. Baldrick's volunteers working to conquer kids' cancer. St. Baldrick's Cuts for Cures events will be held Saturday, March 16th, 2024, utilizing the 100 block of West Chestnut Street. The Goldsboro Elks Lodge is requesting the closure of the 100 block of West Chestnut Street between Center and James Street from 12 p.m. until 6 p.m. on March 16th, 2024. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for the police department traffic control. A 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. Police and fire departments are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the events. It's recommended by motion, grant the requested temporary street closing of the 100 block of West Chestnut Street as stated above. Any questions?
I have one.
Mr. Boyette?
To echo Councilmember White's questions, a question on the first one, is the hub not available for this?
Any ideas?
The hub is available, implemented as part of the program. I don't know exactly how it's going to be used on that day. Maybe Craig could explain that a little bit more.
To the hub's a part of the event already? Okay, well, that answers my question.
Well, I as well am interested in this because as much as I enjoy doing, street fairs, I enjoy doing these events. We have this venue that is part of our town that we want to use, but I also do recognize that every time we do something, it is an impact on other folks that aren't part of that particular event. And so I do have a little bit of concern over the volume of street closures. It is worth asking and discussing, right?
Yes. Well, historically, this event has been held at the filling station brew works on the corner of Chestnut and James. So they have an event there, they have free food, they have a shelter where they do the hair cutting. So historically, that's been the case. And so I think what you're seeing is just history repeating itself. You know,
But historically, we didn't have a 2-hour parking limit, and we weren't taking away our parking spaces for our business customers to park at, nor employees, because we gotta have places for employees at these merchants downtown to park, their businesses to park. We're already restricting their parking and their handicap parking places and their parking places, and we are trying to bring in more customers downtown to shop at the businesses, but yet we continue to have street closures, just close the streets down so that the merchants can't even get their customers to their business.
well, of course, I'm sure you're aware that this location has no parking restrictions on any of the streets surrounding the event. There's no parking restriction on Chestnut, there's no parking restrictions on James Street. So there really is no effect on parking with this event.
I 100% agree with that, but I echo his sentiment of what he said. We're setting a precedent. We're doing it for one, and we're not doing it for the other. And so I honor what you said, that we need to take that in consideration.
But we do a lot of street closures, and we could direct people that, you know, we're not gonna do street closures, you're gonna use our facilities, and that's a different approach that we could take as an organization or as a city. And I understand that, and so that would be something that I think makes sense. But again, Greg's just talking about historically, so if it's something we wanna move in that direction for the future, starting now, we can certainly do that.
And could I just add also that there's usually special consideration for nonprofits. So cases where it's a for-profit adventure to close down public streets, I personally have an issue with that. But this is a nonprofit organization, so generally nonprofits have a preferred, you know, it's for nonprofit purposes. So that's why the street is being closed, not for people to make money. So.
Everyone, I just realized what time it is. With that, we will re-engage our consent agenda discussion. We will continue the discussion on this particular item, item T, whenever we start back. So if that's okay, everyone hold your thoughts to now allow for appropriate nature breaks. We will stand in recess until our meeting at 7 o'clock in council chambers. That was a little bit louder than I was expecting. I hope I didn't put anybody's lunch back up in their throat. So with that, Dr. Morris, would you please lead us in an invocation? Please.
Let us pray. Loving God, we praise you for all the civil servants and leaders of Goldsboro. We acknowledge that power and authority comes as a gift from you. Thank you for the hard work and sacrifice of the leaders in the community. May you generously give to each of them wise and discerning hearts to skillfully lead the people in our city with love, honesty, compassion, and justice. Give the mayor, Charles Gaylor, city council members, staff, and all leaders wisdom so that they may see possibilities and opportunities in the midst of challenges. Give them visionary hearts and give them energy so that they may never get tired of doing good for all. Merciful God, as citizens and neighbors, help us to work together for the greater good of the community. Help us to reach common ground solutions to the challenges of Goldsboro. May we all be your feet and hands, providing for the most vulnerable. Give us creativity and vision so that we can partner with investors and neighbors to keep making the city a safe, harmonious, beautiful, prosperous city. And may everyone who lives here feel home in this place. In the name of Jesus, our Lord and Savior, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And please remain standing as we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now we got 2 notes.
I didn't get to last time.
Well, welcome. I'm glad we have a full house tonight, and hopefully we'll do some stuff in front of y'all, make you proud. I'm glad you're here tonight. Thank you for giving of your time to come and participate. Our first up, Madam Clerk, if you would do a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Boyette.
Here.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present. All right. I believe we have some presentations first. Employee Performance Awards.
We have tonight, I believe, Mr. Jeff Cook here. Do you have the resolution? I don't have it in my packet. Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
That's all right.
Okay. Just going to go to public hearings.
Give us just a second. There was a minor revision.
My screen won't stay on very long.
Gotta see. A few times.
Did you see this revision?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Yes.
Our first Employee of the Quarter award is to Susan Thornton for outstanding achievement. I'll just read the
Please do.
Proclamation here. Susan Thornton has shown outstanding work and exemplary leadership for her role as Senior Human Resources Consultant. She has been an employee of the City of Goldsboro since November 2018 and has an enormous yet quiet impact. Susan not only provides day-to-day oversight of the employees' pay and compensation programs, but she is also a tireless advocate for well-being of all employees. She is a system matter expert for our HRIS system, NeoGov, and tirelessly administers and trains all staff in its daily operations. Susan is cross-trained in all areas of HR and is the backup for onboarding, benefits, retirement, disability, administrative, and management duties, assists with employee health and drug screens, is highly capable of enforcing OSHA guidelines and administering workmen's compensation and family leave act programs. Susan is the face of our training and recruitment. She provides tours and gives presentations to visitors and prospective employees. Susan takes an active role in the success of our employees, welcoming them by sharing employment tips and encouraging them to work together and collaborate throughout their employment. Susan has an open door policy for everyone and works tirelessly well beyond the normal work week. Susan possesses all the qualities of any true leader. She demonstrates daily our values: professionalism, integrity, and customer focus, as well as caring, respect, humility, commitment, dedication, humor, empathy, transparency, hard work, and resiliency. A true HR professional, Susan's work ethic and accomplishment reflect well on herself and the City of Goldsboro. Awarded this day, February 12, 2024. That's the most important thing on the back.
This one's not working right now, so I get to just speak however I want to. Huge thank you. I've seen the work that you've done over the last couple of years as councilman. Now that I'm in this role, I know the challenge you have going out and recruiting. If you either you have any words, now is certainly the time. We want you to understand how much we appreciate you.
I just wanted to give a big shout out to Susan. We've been tag teaming for about 10 or 15 years now. And I just want her to know how much she's appreciated her knowledge, her skill set, not only to the Office of Human Resources, not only to the City of Goldsboro, but community-wide. So she needs to know that she is very much appreciated in her role. We love her, and we hope she sticks around until retirement.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here and to be a part of the City of Goldsboro. And I did reach my 5-year mark this past year, so I'm thankful to have made an investment in Goldsboro, and I hope that we continue to have good results and move forward as we keep recruiting and trying to retain the workforce that we have and getting more employees to come in to be a part of the City of Goldsboro.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're like over 4 tonight on microphones. What's going on?
Okay, since we have working microphones up here, we'll be back up here. For the second Supervisor of the Quarter Award, second quarter fiscal year 2023-2024 has been awarded to Matthew Langley for outstanding achievement. Matthew Langley is the Distribution Operations Manual for the Distribution and Collections Division of the Public Works Department. He always strives to improve the division as a whole, which has been even more apparent in his accomplishments in recent months. His can-do attitude, steadfast dedication, and determination enable his team to resolve every challenge, ensuring customer needs are met while improving procedures and saving thousands of dollars. Matthew approaches every task from a customer-first perspective, scheduling repairs to limit the negative impact on local businesses. In his last 3 months, his team completed a total of 119 work orders. In addition to routine maintenance, Matthew has played a key leadership role in the William Street Widening Project, the Mount Olive Pickle Project, actively participating in meetings to ensure the success of these projects. In November, Matthew took the lead to repair a significant sewer manhole failure. He coordinated getting bypass pumps set up, preventing sewage from backing up into residents' homes, and averting a sanitary sewer overflow. I was there for that when he did do all that. That was wonderful. The manhole was replaced without incident, saving the city approximately $30,000 in contractor costs and building confidence in staff. Matthew recently obtained his A distribution certification, allowing him to officially become the city's water distribution operator in responsible charge, or ORC, and has successfully completed his associate's degree from Liberty University. Matthew's keen attention of detail and service mindset set him apart. He is 100% committed and a dedicated team player who answers every call without fail. Matthew's work ethic and accomplishments reflect well upon himself and the city of Goldsboro, awarded this day, February 12th, 2024.
And obviously, any comments that you three would like to make, you know we appreciate you. We want to show it. We want to give everyone here a chance to understand why. Thank y'all so much. Any comments?
I will make a comment. I've been in public works for like 9 months. This is the second time we've had a supervisor of the quarter. And I see it every day why Matthew should be here. He is a leader every day. Rain or shine, he's out there in the field with his guys, making sure they're identifying the problem correctly, safely making repairs. But when it's cold, he's out there. When it's raining, he's out there. At 7:30 on Friday night, he's out there. Admit you. But he's always training, and he's always doing things in a safe manner. And on top of that, he has all his certifications, he has his degree, he has all this professional development he does on his own time to make himself a better leader and a better employee for the city. And I hate to see Don retire. Not retired for 10 years, I don't know. But we've already.
Why are you planting seeds?
We're already developing our replacement, training, and having some good personnel management. But I've learned a lot from him. We go to our TRC meetings. Matthew knows every valve, every line. He knows if it's cast or plastic or what the valve is. And there's no pressure here. Let's look at this line. He knows this whole system, and it's very impressive. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say, when it comes to drinking water, obviously you're talking about people's health, and it's very important. Matthew makes sure it's right out there. It's safe. There's nothing in the water that's going to hurt you. That's part of what he does, and he does it well. And I just want to say thank you to you.
Yes, sir. Anything further? Perfect. Next, we have a resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Jeffrey Cook as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 34 years. And I'm going to come do my best to Father Ron and use his microphone and do this as gracefully as possible. Thank you. Can you hear him? Probably. Somewhat. Is Jeffrey? Hiding in plain sight. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, if it's okay, I'll read it to you from here. A resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Jeffrey Cook as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 34 years. Whereas Jeff Cook retired on February 1st, 2024 as a GIS manager with more than 34 years of service with the Goldsboro Planning and Engineering Departments. And whereas Jeff began his career on March 1st, 1989 as a Planning Technician 1 within the Planning Department. And whereas on June 24th, 1998, Jeff was promoted to Planning Technician 2 with the Planning Department. And whereas on December 6, 2001, Jeff's position was reclassified to GIS Technician with the Planning Department. And whereas on January 1st, 2016, Jeff's position was reclassified to GIS Specialist within the Planning Department. And whereas on March 23rd, 2022, Jeff's position was reclassified to GIS Manager within the Engineering Department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Jeff has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro of expressing to Jeff their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and the city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Jeff our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this, the 12th day of February, 2024. You have any family? Yes, I got it. And any of Jeff's family? Come on up. Anyone you want to pull up here? You have
Mother, brother.
Mother, brother. Wherever you want to. No, you're going to get back in. It was only on stages in just a second. What she sees, what she's working with, she can put us where she wants us. Here, just slide right around and I'll come in. And how about this? Y'all hold that together. And I think y'all are more important to him than I am. So let's do this right here.
Thank you.
Jeff, any comments? Please.
34 years is quite a long time. And I had a very good career with the city. A lot of people that played a huge part in me getting to this point. And my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and God got me here.
Amen. Amen.
By His grace and mercy. But Mayor Hal Blunt was mayor when I first started, and Richard Slozak was the assistant city manager, and Phil Bedore Sr. was on city council at the time, and he played a role in getting me to come to the city of Goldsboro. And, you know, I had a huge work family that I need to say thank you. Gene Thomas, Don Chapman, who's a council member here, James Rowe, Sally Johnson. There were so many people that I worked with over 35 years. Before I came to the city, there were no computers.
to give you an understanding of just typewriters. No cell phone. So I've had a long career, and I've had many people that have influenced me. And I can only say thank you for letting me be a part of the city and the citizens of Goldsboro. I try to serve every citizen every day I come to work, and I thank you for that privilege to be able to come and do that. So thank you, council. Thank you.
So council, one of the easier votes I have to ask for is a vote to approve the resolution that was just read into the record and presented to council. So I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolutions.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve the resolution expressing appreciation to Jeff for more than 34 years. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. Right. Where am I? Yep. All right. Madam Clerk, I'm going to need your assistance with this one. We're going to public hearings, item number C. If you would, please, Mark.
They're just, they're just withdrawing it.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. First case before you, Z1823 Borden Mills. I'm sorry to announce that they have withdrawn their application and no further consideration by council is required at this time.
Okay. Mr. Helmer, thank you. So item C under public hearings is removed.
Mayor, I would just entertain that the motion be made
to
approve the withdrawal.
Okay.
Second is properly voted on.
Motion to approve the withdrawal of Z1823. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the withdrawal as recommended by the attorney.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the withdrawal of Z1823. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you for your assistance on that one. Mr. Helmer will move to SUO 424, convenience store with fuel.
Mr. Mayor, the applicant for SU 0424 has requested the hearing be postponed until the March 4th City Council meeting.
Okay. The appropriate process for this, Mr. Attorney, is to have a motion approving that this be tabled.
You need to make a motion for it to continue to date certain.
Okay.
It wouldn't have to be re-advertised.
Okay.
Sorry, the question for the clerk is on the form that was provided, it says March 18th. That's a requested date versus March the 4th.
Right.
That would be the only issue for the motion to be made to the date that they requested.
All right. Yeah.
Mark, is that the requested date from the applicant?
It would be the next hearing in which special use permits are required.
March 18th is what's on the agenda packet. So with that, council, we need a motion to continue this until March 18th meeting.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
I'll make a second.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded to postpone this to the March 18th City Council meeting. Any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Elman. All right, that concludes our public hearings. We will now move to a public comment period. As our rules, the policy is distributed as you're walking in the door, and of course are up on the screen. Each person is allotted 3 minutes, and we have a maximum allotted window for public comment period of 30 minutes. With that, the clerk will go and retrieve the roster that folks signed in on as they were coming in, and then she'll call in the order that the names were tallied. Would anybody else that is not already signed like to sign? Now would be a good time.
Our first speaker is Shirley Edwards.
We'll wait and start the clock after everyone is seated, as to not infringe on time. All right, Ms. Edwards.
As she stated, I'm Shirley Edwards, 1766 Talmadge Road, the owner of Unique Gospel Galleria, 106 West Walnut Street, and I'm here regarding your recently enacted, well, I don't think you said you did a 30-day moratorium, the policy on the parking downtown. It has negatively affected all of us. And according to what you said in your last meeting, when you talked about that policy, you referenced that you would be making some provisions for the businesses that had to have their customers for a longer period of time. And you failed to do all of that when you enacted the policy. And I am just here to say that it is a detrimental policy and it needs to be reviewed, rescinded, or whatever to make those necessary corrections. And the other businesses are here to share similar comments to you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kim Vogue.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Yes, my name's Kim Bogue. My family owns a business downtown Goldsboro, 131 West Walnut Street, Elite Fashions, Inc. They're celebrating 60 years this year. We've been through the good, the bad, and the ugly. And, you know, I'm also involved in the Downtown Merchant Committee. And then I went to the DDGC, and now I'm on the EV Committee, serving as the chair there. And I've always been concerned why we spend all this time doing anything, but nothing ever changes. And it's very concerning to me. It's like we try ways just not to be successful. And so I've printed out here, I thought about over the weekend, and I've done a little research for right a while. on why parking is so important. Parking is just like, and by trade, I'm a CPA and I'm into numbers, I'm a cruncher, so I get it. But I want other small businesses to get it. I want them to be successful. But a lot of times they're missing it. And when they're all for it and everything's real excited, till it becomes personal. And then they're like, ooh, I might have to change my behavior. We can't do that. So in my research this last 2 or 3 months, I found out 31 other rural downtowns have a timed parking plan. 31. It's just not Goldsboro. They have plans too, and they're working. About a week and a half before Christmas, we finally, at this time last year, we were talking about parking too. We've talked about it all year long. Finally, the week before Christmas, we put up the parking signs. And I thought, hallelujah, we are making progress after many years. The next morning, guess what? There was parking spaces on the streets. Residents were not parked on the street. The employees, the city employees, the county employees, the merchant employees were not parked on the street. So then there was room for customers to come shop. And when you have a business downtown, that is critical. You have to turn over those parking spaces so your customers will have a place to park. And it seems like such an easy concept, but it's like when they tell me I can't park in front of my business, people are just so concerned. But in good business, y'all, that just does not make good business sense. So I made some comments on the thing, and I think it's just worth a review. Traffic management, space allocation, revenue generation, encouraging alternatives, maintaining accessibility, reducing pollution and congestion, equality and fairness. So just a few people aren't controlling all the parking spaces. It's real simple in business. And so are we downtown to make a difference? Do we want to grow? Do we want to improve? Do we want to be bigger? Do we want to serve more people? It's not that hard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shirley Salt.
Mayor, council members, my name is Shirley Salt, and I live at 601 Shelley Drive in the neighborhood of Mimosa Park West. And I'm here to speak about the convenience store fuel planning that's been continued. But I just would like to bring up some highlights. That intersection where they're proposing the gas station, Kyler Best and New Hope Road, is a nightmare from 2 o'clock on. And they just recently approved a housing development right across the street that's going to be 321 homes, Hawthorne Trail. That was approved in June. So that's going to bring an additional 700 cars out to that intersection. And that development had 2 entrances off Kyler Best Road, and one of them is going to be close proximity to that lot where that gas station, I assume, would have to have an entrance and exit on Kyler Best. So that will make that intersection even more of a nightmare. And there's a crosswalk at that corner that's not like a lit flashing crosswalk, which we would love to see. And the overlapping of traffic with that development and that gas station is just going to make things a nightmare. And I've done research. I drove in my car. There's 4 24-hour fuel convenience stores within a 1.5 mile radius of this, okay? The closest being a 1/2 mile from that corner. So you have the Sheetz, you have the Shell, you have the BP, and it's just way too much. And when I read the package, it's suggested that this was for the convenience of the neighborhood. And really, I've talked to 35 neighbors, and out of the 35 neighbors that I've talked to, they've talked to additional neighbors, and I haven't found one person that's positive about it. And it's especially alarming to the people that live right on the corner of Shelley and New Hope. Those homes range in the $400,000 price range. And not all of them got notification of the business, only 3 did. And of the 3, they all have bedrooms on the 2nd floor that back up, which the lighting of this fuel station convenience store would reflect into their homes. So I'm concerned about this, and I'll be back with the rest of the people on the next hearing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michelle Autry.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michelle Autry, and I'm here today to talk about the parking. Number one, my family business is More Dental Lab. We never got a courtesy letter, even letting us know about the parking violations. So how do I find out? I had a violation on my car. There's no handicap parking spaces. My father is handicapped. Another thing, the 2-hour parking, I don't think it's enough time. If a person want to go eat, once they eat, they might want to go shop downtown to visit some of the other stores, maybe go get some ice cream, take a walk off some of those calories. Another thing I wanted to bring to your attention, if we can't do the span, I would rather just be able to, since I work downtown, is there a parking permit that the people that have to work downtown to purchase, however, which you all think is fair, because I'm in and out with my business, picking up work, bringing it back, and I was gone for like 45 minutes to an hour, come back, I'm in a different spot and still getting a violation warning, but they telling me I got to go way to the other block of Walnut Street because I've already been there for 2 hours. Now we are, I'll be bringing in handling cases because we make false teeth. So I can't imagine myself having to go to the other end of Walnut Street, dragging stuff to my business. So maybe we could have one free parking space in front of our business, or put some meters, so, I'll just pay for the time that I need. And that's all I really have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amber Long.
Please.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Council. I'm Amber Long. I own the Loft Hair Studio next door. It's been brought to my attention that you guys have been told that downtown merchants love this new parking, but it couldn't be further from the truth. Since the last meeting, I've had several people come to me asking what we can do to try to get our voices heard. And so a few people have come together with this petition, and it is saying, we are petitioning you on behalf of downtown businesses in our community, those who have been significantly affected by the recent parking ordinance implemented in our area. As representatives of these businesses, we urge you to reconsider the current parking regulations and restore the previous non-regulated parking. The following businesses have already been experienced a notable decline in customer traffic and subsequent financial setbacks due to the parking ordinance. These businesses rely heavily on convenient parking options for their customers, and the recent changes have created unnecessary barriers to access. With the recent parking restrictions, potential customers are deterred from visiting our establishments. opting instead for locations with no limited timed parking. This has led to a direct decline in revenue for our businesses, making it increasingly challenging to sustain operations. We believe that the current ordinance has had unintended consequences, disproportionately impacting local businesses and customers. By reinstating the previous unrestricted parking, we can restore the vitality of our downtown district and support economic viability for our customers and community. We respectfully request that you reconsider the parking ordinance and work collaboratively with downtown businesses, as we have had a lot of negative feedback from our customers saying they no longer want to come downtown. Your support in this matter is crucial to the continued success and growth of our community. Thank you for your attention. So, me and several other downtown businesses for about 4 days have walked around, and this on this paper is about 90% of downtown businesses hate this parking. And as far as customers go, when you have a conversation with merchants, they're like, people say they don't want to come downtown anymore. And if they come downtown, they're going to eat and leave, or if they come downtown, they're going to shop and leave. They don't have time to do both. And their financial reports have been increasingly declined. So I just want to present this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carl Martin.
Good evening. I've come to believe that the city is deliberately being non-transparent with respect to rezoning requests. There's been a rezoning request in my neighborhood, as has been pointed out by Mrs. Salt. The city could do more with rezoning signage placement by posting 2 signs when there are 2 streets involved, and by adding the city logo and city colors to these rezoning signage, so we don't believe that somebody has just stuck up a sign. The city could do more with telephone information requests from the public by having adequate staffing to handle calls received. I made 3 calls. All of them went into voicemail, left message. To date, no return calls about it, as well as an email I sent. No correspondence from the city. The city could do more with the website information by posting public hearing notices in the important announcement section. Simple move to let people know. Transparency. The city could do more by getting the meeting agenda and detailed information to council and to the public in a more timely manner, rather than waiting until after business hours on the Wednesday before scheduled meetings to post and distribute that meeting information. Bottom line, the city would do more. If the city would do more, then maybe the city would truly be more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Our next speaker is Willie Smith.
Good afternoon, councilmen and councilwomen. I'm here to talk about moving souls from in the woods to souls to homes. After I'm talking about the homeless community, I have a comment, a question, a suggestion, and I'm asking for a follow-up. The comment I have is that I've ridden around the city of Goldsboro, and I've saw there are a lot of vacant homes and a lot of vacant communities, rundown communities that I feel that we should have already been addressed. And what I'm going to present tonight, as I say, is just a suggestion. The question I have is, those empty homes that I'm seeing in Goldsboro and Wayne County, are they owned by the city of Goldsboro? And if they are owned by the city of Goldsboro, here's a suggestion. Can we donate those homes for a small amount to a church? That church adopt a homeless person and do a Habitat Humanity deal where they adopt a homeless person. The church provides the resources to build a home and then place the homeless person in and help them to be able to get settled. by doing so, two things happen. You take a person that's now considered, a nobody, put them in a place where they can feel like they're somebody. Then you actually rebuild a community that's run down, and by putting people in homes and giving them ownership, they'll take more authority over it than it being just rented. And if the city can't donate the homes to a church or organization that wouldn't take them, how do someone find out who owns them, that information, and how can get the information to know how to go about finding who owns the house, so someone who's interested, maybe a person, citizen, can buy that property and then do the same thing that I'm actually suggesting the church to do. It concerns me because I've been here since 2002, and I know a lot of people like myself who actually have a concern for the people here that are homeless. And there are a lot of organizations. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get all the organizations, because here's what I found: there are a lot of people doing a lot of things individually, but I believe we can do more together than we can do individually. So I'm trying to compromise this. I can find who's doing what, so we can get that list and hand out to everybody. So if somebody comes to me and need a bike, right now I'm doing bikes. But if they need to know how to go about applying for a job, I can, hey, on this list, you can over here and over here. So I need help. And the first question is, going back to the houses that are vacant, how do you get information about those homes as to someone who wants, maybe buy one like myself, buy one and fix them and give to, donate, adopt the homes person, give to, or can the city donate those homes to a church and the church do the same thing? And I would like someone to follow with me at a later time about this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. And make sure that your contact information is with the clerk, and that goes with anybody else who's spoken as well. Make sure your contact information is with the clerk so that we can.
Can we do that now?
I have it.
You do?
I have it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nikki Kaiser.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nikki Kaiser. I reside in Pikeville, so I do frequent downtown Goldsboro quite a bit. I wanted to come up and speak. I know many business owners have spoke already. I wanted to speak on behalf of a customer downtown in regards to the parking. And also as a family member, because my sister is a hairstylist at the Loft. So I am concerned about the parking situation and her having to park and move her vehicle and maybe walking a longer distance in the evenings. She does work later hours and it will be dark while she's walking, and that's a big concern of mine, obviously. And in regards to the 2-hour time limit, we're going to stay on the topic of hair. It definitely takes me longer than 2 hours to get my hair done, so it would be nice if there is some sort of solution in regards to the time limit. Obviously, we loved it just the way it was when there were no regulations on it, and we frequent downtown a lot in regards to the restaurants, the shops, and of course, my hair appointments. But yeah, just wanted to bring that to the attention that it kind of becomes a safety issue as well with the walking further distance for the parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard Taylor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First of all,
Wait just a second.
Oh,
And then reset his timer if you would, please. Thank you.
I can share.
Thank you.
all right. My name is Richard Taylor, and first of all, I want to thank each and every one of this new council. I know that you guys have been working tirelessly and endlessly to address some of the issues that you have inherited from previous administrations. So I do want to say thank you for what you are doing. Also, most importantly, I do want to personally and publicly apologize for any article, any contents of any article that has been deemed offensive, inflammatory, or derogatory, and also any commentary that I've made on such videos towards Mayor Pro Tem Brandy Matthews and also Charles Gaylor, Tim Salmon in his absence, and also the mother of Pro Tem Matthews. And I pray that you guys will forgive me so we can kind of move forward. Lastly, what you see here that I gave you is a copy of Article 5 from the North Carolina General Assembly statutes. And of course, I know this is a fairly new council. So something I've been noticing as I come to meetings is the mayor, when motions are moved upon, he votes. And I was under the impression that the mayor was not supposed to vote unless it was a case of a tie. So I looked up the North Carolina statutes, and the outline part you see is Statute 160A-69. The mayor shall preside at all council meetings, but shall have the right to vote only when there are equal members of negative votes and affirmative votes. In a city where the mayor is elected by the council from among its membership, and the city charter makes no provision as to the right of the mayor to vote, he shall have that right to vote as a council member on all matters before the council. So basically, I just want to make sure that we are operating in the statutes and mandates of the general statutes. Now, I don't know if Goldsboro has that provision in its charter for mayor to vote without breaking a tie. I don't know the Rogers rule of thumb or whatever it is, but I just want to make sure and bring that to attention, if there is something that I don't know. But I just want to make sure that we are operating in a manner that is correct. So, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Yvonne Moore.
Good evening, council. Good evening. Just when you think there's hope, you take 10 steps back. And the gentleman that just spoke took 10 steps back. In regards to the mayor being able to vote in order to break a tie, this is why you shouldn't speak on things that you don't know about. You would have known when former Councilman Foster, that issue has already been addressed. And it seems like this is an ongoing issue for this new council. I would think you would be so busy with learning how to get comfortable in your seats, but you're gossiping. And that gossip has affected me. So what I'm here tonight to do is to address the gossip that was put out by either one of your council members or one of your employees. It's slanderous, it's disruptive, and it definitely doesn't move our city forward. Namely, I'm going to talk about how it pertains to Commissioner Antonio Williams. So it's nice that Mr. Taylor did apologize to you and to your mother, but he forgot Mr. Williams. Now, I was disheartened to learn that someone from this council went and told a tabloid paper that Mr. Williams doesn't pay his water bill, hasn't paid it in 3 years, and had to work out a payment plan. Well, when I first heard that, I knew it was flat out a lie. How would I know that? I helped pay that bill. We've never had to ask for a payment arrangement. We've never had our bill go beyond 30 days into 3 years. I mean, think about that. Doesn't even make sense. He sat on this council. And you really think with all the challenges he had that they was going to let him go 3 years without paying a water bill? It doesn't make sense. And so what I want to know is, what does this council, city manager, and all involved plan to do to resolve this issue? Because it seems like deja vu. Here we are again. And with parking issues and other issues that you have, it's this type of behavior that needs to be stomped out in this community. It has caused us to go back into the old days where nothing gets done. So if you want to
really set an example when you all ran, that you were running on bringing everyone together. You don't bring people together with gossip. Bring facts.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Shane.
All right. As there's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, I'm going to allow you your 3 minutes, and then that'll conclude our public comment.
Okay. I'm having some vocal problems, so I'm going to try to get this out. My name is Shane Smith. I'm the owner of Jennings Transmissions on 415 East New Hope Road. We've been there since 1966. We were in the city, pay city taxes, of course. I'm here on behalf of my wife, who is co-owner of Hairology Hair Salon, which is right on Mulberry, right around the corner off Center. The parking, I wanted to suggest, I know as a guy, and there's men on the council, you're used to a 25, 30-minute haircut. A woman, on the other hand, which I've always considered women first, takes substantially longer. Now, I would suggest possibly a 4-hour instead of 2. 4 hours a woman could get her hair done, possibly grab some food, walk into a couple of shops, and then exit. The other thing, unless there's going to be parking meters, I have noticed, and I'm not down here a whole lot, I do come occasionally, a white Ford pickup truck sitting across from my wife's lawn that's been there for months. I hadn't seen it move. I'm sure it's a resident that lives in one of the upstairs apartments. So some kind of plan, I would think, should be in place for residents, maybe to have one vehicle that they can park, and then some kind of payment plan or something for them to be able to park. That's what I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our public comment period. It's now time for us to return to our consent agenda. When we left off, we were on item T, St. Baldrick's Cuts for Cures event. It was a street closure. Chief West, you still here? Where did Chief go?
He is here.
He'll reappear. I got you. If you would, kind of start from the top on this one, what it was, let it, council get their heads back together, and then if there's any specific questions, we'll go into those.
So you just want me to read back through it real quick?
If you would. Yeah,
Okay.
there's a totally different group in the room, so.
Okay. St. Baldrick's Cut for Cures event, temporary street closure. So the Goldsboro Elks Lodge is once again sponsoring the St. Baldrick's Cut for Cure event. This event represents the 25th year of St. Baldrick's volunteers working to conquer kids' cancer. The St. Baldrick's Cuts for Cures event will be held Saturday, March 16th, 2024, utilizing the 100 block of West Chestnut Street. The Goldsboro Elks Lodge is requesting the closure of the 100 block of West Chestnut Street between Center and James Street from 12 p.m. until 6 p.m. on March 16th, 2024. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for police department traffic control. A 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire departments are to be involved in the logistical aspects of the event. It's recommended by motion to grant the requested temporary street closing of the 100 block of West Chestnut Street as stated above. Any questions?
So council, as we were discussing in the work session, then I'll let everyone get back to their comments on this one. We were discussing the concerns of how you continue to be able to host events downtown, some of which involve street closures, also with the concern for parking, because historically there hasn't been timed parking when you're also allowing for these street closures. And so trying to find a balance or figure out if there needs to be a new balance that is struck. So, council members, if there are any comments or questions on this one, let's bring them back up. Mr. Webb.
Pick up where we left off earlier. So I think that Mr. Mills was saying that this particular event has activity in the hub as well as going to have activity on the street. Was I correct? And is that correct? It's not correct? Okay. So this activity is limited to just in the street there. And in the past, when Mr. Mills said that this particular event was based at the filling station and all that, has it been also in the street in the past, or is this a new request to make the event come out into the street from the filling station? Do you know, Chief?
I think the last time it was held, it did do a street closure. But then prior to the filling station, I think it was tied in with the Flying Shamrock, and I think they utilized the parking, off-street parking around that area. But I think since it's moved to the filling or the station over on West Chestnut, it has required a street closure.
And does Chief or Greg, is this it's a non-profit status event, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's my concern, as I voiced the last time this come up, and my concern is if it's a for-profit situation, it needs to be directed to the hub or whatever. If we're going to give some, whatever the word would be, if we're going to let it happen on the street, I think that we could certainly give some consideration if it was a non-profit event. And then what type of event? Like, for example, the 3-day street closure. I mean, that's a huge deal. I mean, it's, to me, that kind of request is like when we're closed for Freedom Fest and those major deals is separate than small things. And a small, like the one that come up before, if it's for profit, I just think we need to direct for profit to the area that we have that's intended for that. But in this particular instance, if it's a non-profit, then I'm okay with whichever way the board feels is best on it. But I mean, I'm okay with giving some credence to a situation when it's non-profit, and particularly when it's outside of the parking area. So I want to continue the discussion, but I mainly wanted to get my questions answered, and I did. So I completely understand what's before us.
I 100% understand the larger events like Freedom Fest, and I understand what you're saying, Councilwoman Boyette, about this being a nonprofit, but we built the hub for the purpose of not closing our streets to take away income from we already have a parking shortage. They're already telling us there's nowhere for their employees to park. There's limited parking spaces for their customers. Could another option be for those nonprofits that we still locate them at the hub, but we give them a discounted rate or comp that for them as a nonprofit, so that we do not continuously shut down our streets unless it's a large event, Freedom Fest, that kind of thing, so that these businesses can continue to operate.
Sounds okay to me.
Well, what I would say is, until we as a council come up with an ordinance, we can't hold anybody to it. So the point I was making earlier is that we can't pick and choose. Before, it was pushed back on the one that we approved last meeting because of whatever, right? And this time it was no pushback. So what I'm saying is it has to be consistency. So in order to get consistency, it needs to be a policy. And we write a policy that you first check the hub, and then if it's not available, then we consider closing the street. But until that exists, then we can't force somebody to go to the hub.
That's a great
Excellent.
So I agree. I agree with that.
Yep.
I think so. That's what
If
I
it's,
would
a,
suggest.
if it's okay, it may or may not be in retreat just because of the budget conversations that are going to be at retreat. But next month, yes, because it needs to happen. It needs to happen quickly. There's a consensus that this needs to happen. For the one that's in front of us right now, I believe I'm hearing a consensus to move forward with this one as is currently presented, and then bring to council as quickly
I see it
as
as a
quickly as
future
it's
work
reasonable.
session item that we can have the planning department look at and the engineering department jointly look at as far as road closure procedures. There's a lot of them out there that different cities and towns have that we could take a look at that might be suitable for us.
So as far as item T as presented today, are there any other comments or concerns for Chief West? Hearing none? Wonderful. Thank you, Chief. Thank you. All right, we'll now move to item U, public safety complex repairs.
We cover that out? We're going to cover that again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Like in the work session, we're still, this is for authorization for us to go with our request for qualification selection of Bobbitt Construction to begin planning and a study of public safety complex replacement. We will come back at a later date after we have a chance to negotiate with the Bobbitt team on what the cost would be, some kind of contract amount, to get the ball rolling on what we're going to do for the future.
So this one is the selection of the contractor, not the approval of a specific contract with a specific amount. Just want
That's
to be clear
correct.
on that.
We had a request for qualifications to identify a firm that could help us decide what to do and what kind of money we're looking at in the long run.
Council, any further questions on item U? Again, this is consistent with a earlier old business item from the work session as well. Hearing none? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item V. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have the public comment period and public hearing policy revision item. The City of Goldsboro recognizes and values the importance of citizen participation in local government. The proposed changes are presented to council to assist with the decorum and spirit of the council meetings. The changes are adding procedures for follow-up questions from council, adding procedures when groups are speaking on the same subject, and revising the time limits for public hearings to 5 minutes per speaker with the exception of quasi-judicial hearings. And what that is mostly is our regular public hearings currently has a 10-minute limit for any regular public hearing and any public hearing for just for regular public hearings. So the change to this policy would be a 5-minute limit to all public hearings except for special use permits, quasi-judicial hearings. So any zoning hearings would also be a 5-minute time.
It's still no cap on the maximum number of speakers or anything like that. It's just trying to make sure that we're able to hear from.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any questions or comments on item V? All right.
My next one.
Yes.
Item W, ratification of boards and commission appointment, resolution 2021-82 and 2023-41. At the council meeting on December the 20th, 2021, the resolution appointing members to advisory boards commissions that was presented to council listed Shelby Ostendorf as serving on the mayor's committee for persons with disabilities with a term expiration of December 31, 2024. Due to a clerical error, her name was not listed on the signed version of the resolution 2021-82, though she has been faithfully serving on the board. At the City Council meeting on June the 5th, 2023, Chad Evans was appointed to fulfill an expired term on the Recreation Advisory Commission per Resolution 2023-41. Due to a clerical error, his term expiration date was listed as December 31, 2024. The correct term expiration date should have been December 31, 2023. To correct these errors, a resolution must be adopted to officially state Shelby Ostendorf's appointment and stating the corrected expiration date for Chad Evans. It is recommended that council adopt the attached resolution ratifying resolutions 2021-82 and 2023-41.
Any comments or questions from council? All right. Hearing none, we'll move to X.
Item X is advisory boards and commissions appointments. There are currently several vacancies on advisory boards and commissions. Recommendations for appointments were requested from the respective boards and commissions, and applications were also solicited from the public at large. The City Council met during the work session on January 22nd to review vacancies and applications received to fill the current vacancies. With these appointments, one alternate position vacancy on the Historic District Commission and one student position vacancy on the RAC, Recreation Advisory Commission, remain. It is recommended that council adopt the attached resolutions appointing members to advisory boards and commissions in the city of Goldsboro and commending those individuals whose terms have expired, who have moved or have resigned.
Any questions or comments from council on item X? All right. Hearing none, we'll move to item Y.
Item Y, amending Chapter 30, City Council of the City of Goldsboro's Code of Ordinances. The City of Goldsboro recognizes the need to maintain correct descriptions of the city's Code of Ordinances. Parts of Chapter 30 have not been revised since the 1970s. After a review of Chapter 30, City staff recommends revising the sections listed below. Chapter 30, Section 3010, revising the order of business. And that is just revising it to what our current order of business is. Chapter 30, Section 30-.11, revising the title and section for the preparation, approval, and transmittal of the agenda. Chapter 30, Section 30.12, revising the section for written requests for business placed on the agenda. Section 30, Section 30.13, the section is not needed as it was addressed in Section 30.12. The title has been changed to reserve so it can be used at a later date. Chapter 30, Section 30.16, revising the process for voting on motions. It is recommended that council adopt the attached ordinance amending Chapter 30 of the city's Code of Ordinances.
Madam Clerk, thank you for your work on this. Full disclosure, we know that we need to be going through a lot of policies and a lot of ordinances, trying to make sure that things are modern and up to date and applicable in their actual form. And so that is what this is me also trying to do that. But unfortunately, when I say, hey, I need to do that, that means that it ends up falling on her. And so I don't hope to do that to you very often. Worth noting about the agenda, y'all may remember in previous years it was Thursday. We very quickly, and it kind of ruffled some feathers because I asked, could we get that out Wednesday? Because as a council person, you really only have a day or day and a half of actual business hours to be able to get any questions answered. Because once you get to Monday, forget it, because everyone's scrambling trying to get completely ready for the meeting. So I appreciate y'all taking a look at this one. Any comments or questions for me on why? Literally why, not question why? Okay. All right, item Z.
Item Z, amending Chapter 72, stopping, standing, and parking of the city's Code of Ordinances. After a review of Chapter 72, city staff recommends revising several sections for clarification. Chapter 72, Section 72.93, revising the term parking commission to parking committee and adding an email option for a hearing request. Chapter 72, Section 72.99, revising the location to pay parking citations from the Revenue Office to the Goldsboro Police Department. It is recommended that council adopt the attached ordinance amending Chapter 72.
Any questions or concerns from council on item Z? As we've now expended the alphabet, we'll go back to AA with Ms. Gwynn.
We've been busy.
Mayor, council, thank you for the additional time to go through my last two items. My next item is establishing and adopting a utility customer adjustment policy for the utility billing and revenue collections. The City of Goldsboro, as we discussed earlier this evening, has not had a formal utility customer service policy, nor has it had a formal utility customer adjustment policy. And, we know that a best practice is to have policies and procedures to set forth rules and expectations with regards to utility services. Staff researched records, and we were not able to find where a policy had been formally adopted or in writing for the City of Goldsboro in regards to the utility customer service policy, nor with the utility customer adjustment policy. So that was presented earlier this evening to help correct this deficiency that we found. And you will note in the customer service policy, adjustments to customer accounts are referenced in that policy. So we felt like it was important enough to have a separate policy for utility customer adjustments. Adjustments can be subject to misuse, abuse, and just sometimes unintentional errors. And it is important for the council to know and approve the types of adjustments that can be made to utility customer accounts. So that's what this policy sets forth to the council for you to approve, and we may change as council sees fit. So the customer service manager and myself, we collaborated together to put this policy together. We considered state and local law and ordinance, as well as established legacy practices to prepare the attached utility adjustments policy for council's approval and adoption. We have prepared a resolution for council and the attached policy for your consideration, necessary to provide good governance over the city's fiscal policies.
Any questions on item AA?
Yeah, I do have a question.
Okay.
Councilmember White.
Hey, within your within the actual policy, I saw where it said unexplained usage adjustment.
Yes, sir.
Credit, and it said a credit adjustment for unidentified water loss will be issued at the request of the customer if water consumption is 50% or more the cost of above normal and sewage consumption. Unexplained adjustment will be granted once every 60 days.
Months.
60 months.
Yes, sir.
So my question is, they don't have to bring any documentation? How could it just be unexplained?
So this goes back to one of those legacy practices that's been done here at the City of Goldsboro since the beginning of time, okay? That's why it's in this policy. Now, what happens is, let's say on your water bill, you normally use, let's say 2,000 gallons a month. Well, then 1 month you use 200,000 gallons. We don't know the why part. You didn't, we've looked, you've checked, you didn't have a leak. So what the city's informal policy in the past is you could get a credit adjustment. Now, your usage had to go back down. So if your normal usage was 2,000 gallons a month, you had a spike, you identified there were no leaks, the next month it went back down. You could request, and you have to ask for it, you have to request it, to have that unexplained adjustment. You would get that no more than once every 5 years. Now, if the council doesn't want to do it, no problem. We strike it out and we move on. It's just that we won't have that. So the customer, if they have 200,000 gallons worth of usage, they're going to have to pay for it, unless they can explain it with a leak adjustment.
That's my whole point. I just think if it's 50% more than the usage, there has to be a problem somewhere that should be able to be explained.
Believe it or not, there are times that legitimately people there is unexplained usage. We bench test the meters to see if there's a problem with the meter, but there are occasions like that. But I don't have any problem if the council in general doesn't feel like that needs to be in there. Strike it out and we move on.
And I talked to her about this, and there is the possibility, I'm not saying what the best solution is, but someone could technically say they could have a contractor over there say, can you use my faucet to power wash the house and use a significant amount of more, or the driveway or something, of water, and they could say, I didn't do that, and they could take advantage of it every so now and then. But most cases, I think there's some things that happen sometimes like this that are unexplained, but it does leave a little bit of a loophole in your policy.
I'll use a personal experience as an example here, not to shift council's opinion, because obviously, we're all one vote. Several years ago, I had an instance where that over the course of 4 days, something like 6,000 gallons apparently went through my meter. I didn't get a credit for it. I didn't ask for a credit for it, but I did ask Public Works, where in the world did this come from? And they said, well, did you refill your pool? And I said, I don't have a pool. Did you run your sprinklers? I don't have sprinklers. Where did 9,000 gallons of water go over the course of 4 days that none of my neighbors saw, I didn't see? There wasn't a sinkhole and suddenly stopped and went away. The only conceivable outcome is that there was a computer glitch or that the meter popped over. Now, again, I didn't ask for it because I didn't know to. But those things do happen. Once every 5 years to me does not seem unreasonable to allow a thing that is a meter spike. But I also want it pretty clear that this is once every 5 years. This isn't you wash your cars and get away with it.
I'll make a quick comment if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Please, Mr. Whip.
That particular policy is news to me. Now, I'm not offering an opinion one way or another yet, but in the past, every incident that I have ever been aware of because somebody's asked me how to handle it, or the constituency that's reached out over a period of time, was if you had a high bill because you had an issue. I've never known of an experience that it wasn't explainable. But in all of what I was familiar with was, okay, somebody got a high water bill and it's double what it's supposed to be. So let's see what's going on. Somebody comes out and says, well, there's a puddle of water over there. It's been there for a month now. Or you find the problem, and then the contractor comes out or someone repairs it. And then that person brings the bill from the repair to the water department, and that's entered and documented, and a credit's issued based on that particular person's trouble. And then they're not allowed another adjustment for X amount of time. That's what I knew about that policy before right now. So I get the validity of what's been pointed out, but I'm sort of on the train with, as Councilmember White has mentioned twice already this evening for various reasons, that about we need to have a policy and then we know. So I don't know if this is, and it's just food for thought, if we're going to extend a legacy possibility, whatever the proper word was, then do we need to have a policy that says, okay, yes, we're going to do that, but, and if it already does, then say, Chris, we already do that. If there's going to be a policy, that there has to be a written explanation by someone that can word it, that can be held accountable, that, okay, this person has an unexplained mystery missing 6,000 gallons, so we're going to give them this one-time credit, and this is why, and this is the circumstances, and this is the person that signed their name to it, in light of everything that's, that we're having to deal with here. Then that gives us a way to go back and say, well, okay, if somebody asks why that happened, well, here's why it happened, and this is what was done about it, and there's the signature. So is that part of this process, or do we need to consider adding that?
Well, so this would be, it is literally unexplained. So we've done all the checks, the customer's done all the checks. So I would say that if you have any qualms about this, the easiest thing to do is strike through it and stop what has been done. Because if this council doesn't feel like it is necessary to provide good utility service, strike it and let's move on.
Well, the mayor just stated a very good circumstance in which it would be. So I'm not saying that we don't need to have that, but I just think we need to make sure it's documented.
All I can say is that's happened once in a decade of being, well, a decade and a half of being at this address.
But I don't think that us talking about this, we might strike it. It's not providing good utility service. I just think that we're leaving a gaping hole.
Mm-hmm. But then let's strike it. You're not going to get any pushback from me. I was providing an example of the circumstance. But
there is one other thing that we can consider, and I know we had these, and I think we have them here with smart meters where people can go on their accounts, and when they get high water usage, they get alerts to their phone or email or something like that. So people can sign up for those alerts, and it's at no charge to them. They just have to be a little bit tech savvy, go on there and sign up and enter their accounts, and they'll get notices when their high water uses go up.
And-
So,
Sorry, and to tag on with what Matt's saying, one of the jobs that the customer service manager has is she monitors census every single day. And we have 2 meter technicians that's part of their job, is to check like for illegal reconnections, for leaks, to put tags on doors when we see that kind of usage. So we also back the customer up to let them know, hey, you've got some high usage that you need to take care of. So,
and I would just say that our technology is pretty good right now to where, you know, when there's, those meters are pretty accurate. You know, it flows through the meter, it happens. So what happened inside from the meter to the point of their house, there can be a whole bunch of variables there.
Right. Well, and again, I don't have an opinion right this minute on, or I'm not saying strike it. I was just simply asking, if we do have that provision there, what kind of accountability can we attach to it so that if it comes up X amount of time from now, then somebody says,
Right.
well, why did that person? Then, okay, here's the sheet. Here's the deal. And I mean,
Right. So what mechanism do we have if somebody comes and looks at our books and says, yo, it jumped from this to this? Why? We go back and say this is the unexplained thing, but still it's a red flag, and we don't have anything saying that, yo, this is why. You know, we looked at it. I don't care if it says we looked at it, we can't explain it, but we need a piece of paper saying that.
Right. That's all I was saying.
so one thing that they have always done, well, should have always done, is what they call it's an adjustment form that the customer service rep has to fill out. Now, in the past, it wasn't required to be signed by the supervisor. It is now. And so in this policy, it talks to you about what is our procedure. So we're having the supervisor has to 100% review any adjustment every single day, and she has to provide an accounting and these sheets to the manager. The manager does selective compliance testing, and one thing that had not been done consistently was they were not made to make notes in our customer utility system because it has that function. And so it's not a note of adjustment made and nothing. There has to be a detailed explanation. And to the point that I put in this policy, and I absolutely expect that notes will be made, adjustment forms will be scanned into the system, subject to disciplinary action. So training, counseling, if you can't get it right, subject to termination, losing your job. That's how serious this is. And so we're trying to take a serious stance because it's just like if you were at a cash register. You don't want anybody just making credits or doing returns, right? You've got to have managers approving those transactions. So it's akin to that. This is like a cash register, so to speak. So that's why we felt like the adjustment policy separate was very important for you as a council to understand. It's not just a leak adjustment. There are other types of adjustments that get made. So to Councilman White's point, there is documentation. So if it's going to be an unexplained adjustment, then that customer service rep has got to put enough notes in there to let us know we've bench tested the meter, we went out and inspected the meter, we've contacted the customer, you know, notes in that system to justify that.
I'm fine with that.
That helps.
Okay, so I have one thing. So only one person will be doing the approval. After you go out and do all this, only one person will be signing off. And it is that supervisor, not individual different people. Like if I'm at this counter and someone comes up and say, I need an adjustment, then they say, okay, and we key it in. So it's going to be one person.
Approving? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So if the customer service supervisor for some reason is not there, she's out sick or on vacation, the customer service manager has the authority to be able to sign off on that adjustment. So she's that next level. So that's kind of the tag team there that we've got to make sure that process gets done. And it has to be done that day before the transaction is actually entered in the system. It has to be approved. Okay.
Excellent conversation, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into creating this one as well as the other ones that you've presented this evening. Are there any other comments, questions, or concerns about the utility customer adjustment policy? All right, hearing none, we'll move to BB.
Okay. So my last item is adoption of a resolution to approve the revised City of Goldsboro travel policy. So to let council know, as far back as we can find, it's roughly around 2011 is when we find the existence of a travel policy. But staff, we have researched and we cannot find where the city council has actually approved a travel policy. And I do think that in terms of using our taxpayers' money, that it is important for the council to approve that. So the most recent one that was approved was around January of 2020. We adjusted the mileage rate, and actually the manager and I have been working with staff. We've been working on this for the past year, trying to get it dialed in because we wanted to make sure that we had appropriate approvals. We made quite a few changes in here. We included pre-auditing requirements, which you all have heard me talk about the pre-audit disbursement policy. We revised the time frame for the request from 10 days to 14 days. We increased the maximum daily meal allowance. I think it went from $51 to $59 per day. We increased the amount to be approved by the city manager for travel forms from $750 to $1,500 in light of inflation and those types of things. It's increased the cost. We've added a maximum tip amount of 20%. We included verbiage to talk about record retention requirements because we found that a lot of departments did not understand their finance-related travel policy requirements. And because we wanted to make sure it followed along with that Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. We included an acknowledgement form for any traveler that's using city funds. They've got to sign that acknowledgement form saying that they've read and understand the policy. And then we included a travel sample form in there for the council as well. And it does, I had a couple errors on it, so I've got to tweak that as well. So because council had not previously adopted a policy, we are presenting this tonight with an attached resolution. And it's, good management practice, good internal control. And, we hope that you find that it's acceptable, but we'll make any changes that you would like for us to, based on your reading.
Any questions or comments from council on?
I do have one.
Councilman, what?
I know y'all like dogs. Hey, but unauthorized, it's in 6.1. It says unauthorized travel expenses are classified as personnel and associates, procurement, car purchases, repayments authorized as payroll deduction and restitution is not made within 10 days. My question is, if it's unauthorized purchases, I think there's some kind of written reprimand or something should go along with it. I don't think that it should just be you're going to pay for it. You're going to reimburse it. I think you should reimburse me with some type of letter of concern or something.
So possibly a memorandum to the city manager to take appropriate, or to the appropriate department head to take personnel action?
Right.
Okay.
I agree. Any other comments from council on the proposed travel policy?
If you do it by mistake.
Hearing none, that concludes the consent agenda. Items E through BB presented as an agenda. Madam Clerk, if you would call the roll. Or need a motion first? Sorry. Need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda as presented by staff.
Motion made by Councilman Boyette. We have a second?
I'll make a second.
Motion is seconded. Motion made, properly seconded. Is there any further debate? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, if you would call the roll.
Mayor Gaylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Boyette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Yes.
Councilman White?
No.
Okay.
Motion passes. We'll move to item CC, demolition of city-owned property. You would, please.
Good. How are you doing? Mayor, city council members. So this property is city-owned. It's located at 612 South John Street. It was gifted to the city in 2020 for a possible Willowdale Cemetery expansion. The structure is approximately 21,000 square foot. Since 2020, the structure has continued to deteriorate. It's caused a partial wall collapse on the John Street side, and it's a concern for the public's health and safety. There was no formal bid process required. We did get 3 different quotes from 3 different contractors, the lowest being $79,550 from AK Grade Demolition. And it's recommended that council adopt the attached resolution authorizing city manager to execute the contract with AK Graydon Demolition in the amount of $79,550. Funding will come from fund balance in a future budget ordinance amendment.
Council, you've heard item CC. Any questions or concerns?
Oh.
There we go. Can you show a map of exactly what is that in your?
If I can get this thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect.
One more ray. Oh, there we go. So that's the partial wall collapse on the John Street side.
So go back to the aerial view, if you would, please. So to the, I guess, bottom right-hand side, obviously, is Willowdale.
Yes.
Which specific structures would be impacted under this contract?
This particular one is just with the red indicator on the top.
What can you tell us about future plans for Willowdale and future plans for this property? Anything at this time?
No, sir.
Is that whole complex owned by the city?
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's going to have to be some, some future stuff with what we're going to do with the remaining structures on it.
We'll have to figure out paying for that, because I have seen at least a couple of different conversations of allowing Willowdale to continue to grow and expand, and I think it's certainly something that we would need to do as a service to the citizens. But nonetheless, that's a conversation for another day. This particular safety issue, council has to decide if we're going to spend the money to demolish this specific structure. So council, any questions or comments as we begin to deliberate? No? Then we need a motion approving, scroll back up here, the resolution authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to sign a contract with AK Grading and Demolition. City manager, excuse me. Mayor, and do we need
Need a motion for the city manager to be authorized to enter a contract with AK Grading to demolish the structure on south of John Street.
And then the resolution that's in the agenda pack, right?
Yes. Adopt the resolution, which authorizes the city manager.
Okay. So we need a motion to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract. Is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right. There's been a motion to allow the city manager to sign a contract with AK Grading to address this issue. Is there a second?
A second.
All right. Motion has been made and seconded to allow the manager to sign into this contract. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Does that conclude item CC?
Yes, sir.
Now we move to item DD, a resolution authorizing an increase in police department salaries. Chief West, if you would, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Chief.
Item DD is a resolution authorizing an increase in police department salaries. The Goldsboro Police Department currently has several position vacancies. Salaries have been a contributing factor for voluntary separation. The City of Goldsboro desires to retain the police officers and provide incentive for future hires. Police pay proposal A and B were presented to Council on September 5th of 2023 for consideration. Proposal A was a 21.55% pay increase for all sworn personnel except for the Chief of Police. Proposal B was a 10% pay increase, or the minimum of a new pay grade for sworn personnel, with the police majors receiving a 5% increase, and the Chief of Police would not see an increase. Council agreed at the September 5th, 2023 council meeting to implement Police Department Proposal B pay plan starting the first pay period in October of 2023, and to consider other options later. Council members requested Plan A to be brought back before consideration. Police Department Pay Plan A was presented at the January 22nd, 2024 meeting. Earlier in today's work session, the council was presented with an updated police pay Proposal A for discussion. Proposal Plan A requested an increase in addition to the earlier Police Plan B, but not to exceed the 21.55% combined. The Chief of Police salary remains unchanged. Police Department sworn officers' pay will increase 11.55%, or the minimum of the new pay grade, as follows. Officer trainee would go 75 to 76 pay grade, officer 76 to 77 through 80 pay grade, corporal 79 to 80 pay grade, sergeant would go from 81 to 82 pay grade, captain 83 to 84 pay grade, major would remain at the 86 and will receive a 16.55% increase, and the Chief of Police will remain at 89 and not receive a pay increase. The cost is estimated to be approximately $64,000 in fiscal year 23-24, which would come from fund balance and be included in a budget ordinance amendment if necessary. It is recommended that the council by motion approve the attached resolution to increase the police department pay. Any questions?
Council, you've heard the agenda item. Is there any further conversation?
I'd like to make the motion.
Mr. Boyette?
I'll proudly make a motion that we accept this resolution as presented by our police chief.
Motion been made and seconded to approve the resolution authorizing an increase in police department salaries. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, all of you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That concludes items requiring individual action. We'll now move to the city manager's report. Mr. Livingston.
I have nothing.
Nothing to add? All right, thank you. We have no further no ceremonial documents for this evening, so we'll move into mayor and council member comments. I'm going to hold mine to the last, and this is our first meeting in the month. Councilwoman Jones, if you would begin with us, if you have any comments.
Yes. First, I want to speak to parking. I want the merchants and residents of downtown to know that we and I have heard you. I've walked the streets and talked to several of the merchants, and there were some other issues that came up. I did vote for the parking, but only with the use of placard cards, and I know everybody is aware of that. But in going back and talking to different merchants, I'm finding out that we've got a lot of work ahead of us. I don't want us to walk back a whole lot of things, but in my conversation with the constituents, there is one young man that has a barbershop, and he's very well organized, and he goes by appointments. So he doesn't really have a parking issue. The concern that he had, and he said he doesn't mind me sharing it, is that the warning tickets are not fair. Because he got a warning ticket, and then he noticed and he watched that there was a particular vehicle that sat there all night long for 2 days, and he has pictures, and they did not get a warning sign. So we have to make sure that whatever we do, that we be fair to everybody. That's the most important thing. Then the second thing, when I talked to some of the other merchants, they were saying that the the city employees were taking up their parking spots. So we have to make sure that we, as employees and elected officials, that we do what we say that we're going to do and that we help out our city. And so with that, I know that this council will take in consideration everything that was presented tonight as far as safety and as far as the parking is concerned. The other thing I wanted to talk about is housing. In my district, I realize that there are a lot of houses that are empty, and I am in the process of getting a list of those houses and seeing what can be done by them. I know some, when I came on, were already demolished. There was one house that was just snake infested, and I want to thank the city for going ahead and taking care of that and spraying that area so that the snakes would not continue to go to the others' houses. So I'm so very thankful for that. And I'm thankful for the lighting that has been done in my district, and I want to bring those things out, really positive things. I did have an opportunity to visit Public Works. I'm a street person. I like to be out. You know, I'm not really going into offices and talking to. I like to talk to the people that's out on the street and how they're working and stuff. And so I've done that. I really did enjoy that, and we're getting some really good things. I also want you to just keep the month of March in your mind, because we are going to be doing some safety things in my district. Is going to be held at Pastor Dorch's church, and we're going to have Mr. Millard to come over and talk about things that we can do to stay safe and to help the policemen to help us stay safe. And I think we had some great conversation tonight. I think we had some good policies in places. I do believe in policies and ordinances because that's how I was trained, and I think we've made some really good strides tonight with that. And I want to thank Catherine and the council and for us that's been reading them and going through them. So I'm really excited about that.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Anything further? Mr. Boyette.
A couple of things, of course. First of all, a big shout out to our finance director and her department for the tremendous workload that she's up against, and with all the updates and all the things that we are finding out that needed to be addressed, and she can't accomplish all that overnight, but I have faith in her that she's getting it done. And the more meetings I attend and the more conversations that I have with her to try to put my arms around just how much it is that she's tasked with to get accomplished, you're here, and I want to say thank you to you in that regard. And I know that we're taking steps in the right direction. I know that we're a new council. I know that there are things that are coming up that we're addressing, and just as Councilmember White pointed out tonight, I mean, there's things we realize, okay, well, we need a policy so that we've got something in place that we can say this is the deal. And this is a prime example of what, in my opinion, how we're working here is what I said the night that we were sworn in, that this council's going to accomplish some things together, and we're going to work together. And I think that's been apparent through this particular process. So I wanted to point that out. And this regarding finance also too, I know what kind of, I see what you're under, but the public has to know, and we're aware. We know we have to get these audits behind us. We have to get in a position to where we can borrow some money. We have the city, it seems to be, is in a great position so far as its debt structure, but there are some things coming down the pipe, just like this public safety complex, that I don't know how we're going to get that funded. I'm sure that I won't be the only one that'll be ringing the phone numbers of our federal and state folks trying to get us some help in here.
I had the opportunity, along with Councilwoman Taylor, a week or two ago, to spend a whole afternoon with the fire chief touring facilities, and because our conversation tonight has been about police, but public safety involves multiple agencies, and these conversations are going to happen again the very near future, retreat time, and when we're talking about getting continuing for this council to make progress one step at a time. You don't do it all overnight, but tonight we took a step in the right direction, in my opinion, with a unanimous vote to support our police department. And so we had an opportunity to tour the facilities and see the fire facilities, public safety facilities, the police fire complex. And it's a shame that some of that public safety complex, the main complex, is some of the stuff's in the shape it's in when you go in the gym and go in the bathrooms. And you know, I went through the police academy 32 years ago here, and side note, it was an honor to see former Chief Warwick here and former council member for District 6, Chief Warwick, here tonight. That was great to see him and to see him out and about and here earlier. The Chief Warwick back in those days was actually my driving instructor when I went through the academy, and I still have a VHS tape of that experience from the back seat of the patrol car, and it was a very, very fond memories. And so I want to make sure that we continue to address our issues, particularly with public safety. That the complex has already been pointed out. I mean, it's going to be crazy. It makes no sense to spend money that we're not going to have any lifespan out of that building. I mean, I feel like we're in a position where we're going to have to start again, and how are we going to pay for that? You know, I mean, that's eye-opening. So we got to be in a position to where financially we can be back in a position to where we can borrow money. But I didn't want to say that without first saying that I commend you, and I'm sure this council does, for the work that you've put in to get us this far. Parking issues, as Councilwoman Jones just spoke to, we recognize that we still have issues to resolve there. As I said before in my last comments on that, it's a work in progress, and I appreciate the input of the citizens. I appreciate the input of the stakeholders, meaning the employees, the business owners, and even customers, everybody that's involved. It's a work in progress. I think the 60-day moratorium on enforcement was a step in the right direction to give all concerned, meaning the parking committee and the council, time to figure out what are the best answers. And I would like to think that there's probably going to be some discussion regarding that during the retreat. I know we've got a lot to deal with in the retreat, particularly budget-related stuff. So if we can't get to it, I want to make it a goal of the council to absolutely address the parking issues before the moratorium expires. So I don't want anybody to think that we're not on that. It's just it's on the list, and for now the moratorium's in place, and we're working on that. That's it.
Ms. Taylor?
So Councilwoman Jones and Councilman Boyette, they both hit on a lot of things that I was going to say. So I have two items I want to talk about. The first thing is tomorrow, the 13th at 6 p.m. at St. James, which is located at 205 South George Street. The Commission on Community Relations and Development is hosting a community roundtable. The purpose of this roundtable is to come and share your input and ideas regarding reducing violent crime in Goldsboro. Showing support for our officers tonight, it was definitely a start, and now I hope that we as a community can come together to make a difference to reduce violent crime and just crime in general. Next thing, our citizen came up during public comment. He spoke about the blighted homes in our neighborhoods. A long time ago, I remember we used to have what they called, if I'm not mistaken, a minimum housing list. And so people could go to the planning department and obtain that list. I haven't seen that list available in a long time. So in the future, I would like to say that I'm interested in working with the planning department to develop a list for our citizens to come and pick that up if they're interested in seeing it and maybe seeing what they can do about the homes in their neighborhoods.
Cool. Thank you. Madam Pro Tem?
Mayor. So I promised my district only one thing, that I would do my very best. And I feel pretty confident that I've done that because they went out, they voted, and then they elected me for a second term. I'm the first Black woman to sit on this board. And while that may not mean a lot to a lot of people, it means something to me. And it means something to the little girls that can now look at this board and see someone that looks like them. It was 33 years before I was elected, before a woman was seen represented on this board. Now there are 4. What I learned is that being the first carries some responsibility, some scrutiny, and a magnifying glass that still follows me now. I'm the only current seated member that was reelected. I came on in 2019 as the underdog, and now I sit here as the most senior member on the council. And as great as those things are, and they were obtained through hard work, I just don't know why it makes some people so mad. I have been judged and held to a standard that not everyone that holds my title is held to. If you have been following my councilwoman page this past week, you've seen me address some individuals that have written, said, and shared false and slanderous things about me and my mom in a 4-part series. If you haven't, I encourage you to read it. I make no apologies for what I've said, and I make no apologies for the part 4 that I will share momentarily. It is disturbing to think that someone who sits on this side of the table is responsible for spreading lies about me and others. It is disturbing to think that someone who sits on this side of the table would, 1, think our closed session rules do not apply to them, 2, fail to protect confidential information, 3, tell business that they had no business, and 4, would do something to hurt me so blatantly. We are 70 days in as of today, if I make no mistake, and here we are. So I'm going to share some facts that were not shared in the weekly editions, YouTube videos, your group chats, or dinner tables. Here is part 4, the truth. In my hands is a printout of my water bill account since I became an account holder on May 23rd, 2013. In these 11 years, I received 2 balance adjustments. My first adjustment was November 18th, 2014, 5 years before I became an elected official. My second adjustment was on March 18th, 2019, 5 months before I even filed to run, 8 months before I was elected, and 9 months before I was sworn in. Neither of these adjustments happened while I was an elected official, which would immediately discredit the lies that came from this side of the table and the slanderous things that those reporters pushed into our community. I cannot seem to figure out how a position that I did not even have yet, that I used to get perks, alleged benefits, and how I could use political power to receive preferential treatment. To the inside source, you do not deserve to serve or represent our city in any capacity. I hope those individuals that are now learning the truth expose you, and I am calling for your immediate resignation so that the bad apple or apples does not spoil the bunch. You have sneakily chosen a side that you are on, and it is not the side of right and truth. You lack integrity, and your moral compass is obviously broken. And to think that you would want to hurt me so bad that you would lie and even risk your own representation and position to do so. As I close this matter, but just for now, because there are other details that I will share at a later, more appropriate time to ensure that I maintain my integrity and responsibility to protect confidential information. There were a lot of people that celebrated in the fake news. They shared those articles and they shared those videos. They commented in support of me being held accountable and encouraged them to keep exposing and sharing the truth. This is the truth. So now that you know it, I hope that you share it just as fast, far, and wide as you shared the other. I hope that you feel the same about those for their wrongdoings. I hope that you want them to still be exposed, and I hope you hold them accountable for all of their wrongdoings. To my District 4 residents, who I love dearly, you made no mistake in electing me as your representative, so don't you worry about me. I do not know what it is, but I know that there is purpose. And I have all confidence in knowing that any and every act that was done against me that was meant for my bad will not go unaccounted for. And I will rest in that. Thank you to a few that are holding me up throughout this process. To my colleagues, Councilman White, Mayor Gaylor, and City Manager Tim Salmon, who I hope is watching. Thank you for caring enough about me to want to know the facts. Thank you for checking on me. And I know that when I think about team and leadership, I'll think about you. Now that that is out the way, Women's History Month is coming up in about 2 weeks. And I will again host our History Month photo shoot. So I am calling all the women to meet me on March 2nd at 11 a.m. at the steps of City Hall for a quick photo. So please wear your denim in white, please be 18 and up, and please bring only positive vibes. Also, during the month of March, what we've done is we've honored women every day throughout that entire month. So if there is someone that you would like to honor, please submit that woman's, please send her a picture, her name, and the reason why you honor her to my Facebook page. Thank you.
Councilwoman Wicks.
The first person I would like to acknowledge that I have wrote on my paper is you, Ms. Catherine. Since the onset of this audit, you have served extremely with excellence and diligently. You inherited a system of policies and procedures that were broken or non-existent. And so I have watched you. The city needs to know that sometimes you didn't get home until 5 o'clock in the morning. I know because you were with us till 2 o'clock in the morning. And so I honor you. I honor your department that you are working closely with us to put new policies, new procedures in place so that hopefully, guys, we won't have to walk through this again. The next thing I would like to say is that integrity and loyalty are everything. Integrity and loyalty are everything. And this city, the city that I love, deserves transparency. They elected us because we said we would be transparent. They deserve transparency. And so my prayer, my heart's desire is that very soon this state audit, all the details will be released so that our citizens will be educated as to what was in the audit, the findings that were in the audit, and how we as a city are going to go forth stronger so that, again, we don't have these same mistakes again. I want to say personally to the chief, to the police department, I'm extremely, extremely grateful for you guys, for all your hard work, for all the city employees. One thing that has impressed me about our city employees as I have been visiting different departments with some of you is the tenure. Tenure says something. Tenure says that this is a place that they want to work and that they love. And so I honor all of our city staff and say once again, and I have said this many times, you are seen, you are heard, and you are valued.
Thank you. Councilman White.
First, giving honor to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and thanking everybody for being here. I would like to thank all our city employees. I salute you for all you do. Everyone, even the unsung heroes, the one out there picking up our trash and and things of that nature. We thank you for doing what you do. To my counterparts, I do appreciate Ms. Catherine for what she did and all her policies, but just blame it on the military part in me. But I didn't hear one about a logistician, somebody that can help us account for all our property. I think that we need to really look at doing our retreat, that we put a property book manager as one of the top priorities, so we can have somebody to manage our property. I ask that everybody come back to our next meeting on March 4th, where we'll recognize our Lady Cougars, not for what they're doing on the floor, but what they're doing in the classroom. Their team now, it has a 3.6 GPA overall, and that's something to be celebrated. I often look at Goldsboro High School as the 80-20 rule. 20% of the students over there get 80% of their attention, and we don't celebrate those who are doing things positive. So this is a stepping stone that we're going to build on to begin to celebrate the students who's doing positive within our neighborhood. I'd like to say a special thanks to Miss Barbara and Miss Nicole for taking the time to deal with our youth. They did another Mo's Town over at the Paramount, and they take the kids that are in the juvenile justice system, the program, and they mentoring them and giving them another outlet through the arts. I like to thank Dillard Alumni for stepping up to the plate and allowing them a place to rehearse. Also, Pastor Elliott and St. James AME Zion for being a willing participant to open the doors for them to go. It says one thing, lip service is one thing, but when it's time to show and prove and the kids need somewhere to go, it's kind of hard to find people to step up to the plate. She already covered that. The parking thing, trust me, it hasn't fell on deaf ears. It's something that I walked around personally last week to most businesses, and I talked to people, my boots on ground moniker, and they're absolutely right. We need to sit down and address that. And lastly, to the police department, I'm happy that you got the raise. It'll be my pleasure to be a part of that, to give you what you deserve. But I often read a book that says, to whom much is given, much is required.
True.
You know, so I want to also say that our crime situation is just not about police. It's a multi-pronged problem. We're double the average of poverty here in Goldsboro, North Carolina.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? We have a school system that is 88 out of 100 counties in North Carolina. So until we begin to address the root of the problem, I don't care how much money we give the police, we will still have a crime problem. So we need to begin to address those things. Right? That's all I have.
I don't even feel like I have to say anything else. Man, I like going last because you see why this is such a pivotal and an important moment for our city. We've got a very strong group up here that all have the things that they know that they need to see happen with this city. And we're going to get there. We're not going to do it all in 50 days, 100 days, 200 days, but we're going to get there. The amount of work that's happened in the last 21 days or so of trying to finalize policies that have been in the works for 6 months to be able to get them across the finish line is honorable. I want everyone to understand this is not all of them. This is the 7 that got across the finish line before this meeting. There's got to be consistency and predictability in government. If there's not, then you don't have integrity because it doesn't feel like things are being applied uniformly and consistently because they're not. And so having written policies, having standard operating procedures, having things where that things are tracked the way that you would track them in any other robust organization. And we're getting there. And we're getting there. We also had a pretty big issue come up over the last couple of weeks. It was at least alleged that information was leaked out of a closed session. I would not be I would not be doing my job as mayor if I did not address the fact that there have been hurtful things that have been said and have come from that have made it harder for us to govern, that have made it harder for us to work together, that have made it harder for us to trust, that have made it harder for us to work with the employees around us on which we rely because, oh yeah, by the way, we still don't know who it was that allowed information out. So all I will say is this. That is done. That bell has been rung. There is no such thing as putting that back. What I will urge is this. Please understand the damage that those mistakes do. Please understand that if we want to be able to work together as a council to be able to push the city in the direction that we all espouse and I genuinely believe want to go, we're going to have to be a little bit more careful. So, with that, I'll kind of leave that one alone for now. Hopefully, we won't have to dive into that one too terribly much. If we do, we will. And I want to talk about something that I actually want to talk about. I got to do something last weekend that I had no business being honored to go asked to do. And it was to do the welcome at the Night to Shine that Miss Donna Countryman and all that army of volunteers put on. We were double booked, and so Mr. Salmon went to the awards banquet on base, and I went to go do that. And actually, as Councilman White alluded to a minute ago, you've got these volunteers out in the community that put so much time and energy into our youth and all these different segments of our community that I just want to do everything I can to amplify their voices. I'm looking forward to honoring the Lady Cougars here in a couple of weeks. That's going to be fun. It's well earned. We got to do more of it. No one's going to tell the story of the good parts of Goldsboro if we don't. So we're going to do it. And y'all are going to get real tired of me doing resolutions for just about every daggone thing. But we need to, because we need to point out the stuff that's happening that needs to be celebrated. So that concludes my comments. I will leave that alone. I feel like everything was hit thoroughly. So that concludes my comments. Council, we do have some closed session items. I would entertain a motion to go into closed session to discuss personnel
And litigation.
and potential litigation.
I make a motion that we go into closed session.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to go into closed session to discuss personnel and potential litigation. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. So at this time, coming out of closed session, I need a motion to amend the agenda and add an agreement and general release of our city manager, Mr. Tim Salmon.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second it.
Motion
Sorry.
Motion has been made and seconded to amend the agenda to add a discussion of agreement and general release of Manager Salmon. Is there any further debate on that?
I would just encourage a discussion as to exactly what's taking place.
I will.
So it's on the record and in the minutes.
Okay, I will. All right. We're at the point of discussion on that particular motion. It has been decided by council that that we will be separating in a mutual separation between the city and Mr. Tim Salmon. We will be immediately beginning a search for a new city manager, and we wish Mr. Salmon a fruitful, prosperous next chapter in his life. Speaking personally, I'm incredibly grateful for the work that he has done at this city. I believe that he has worked tirelessly. I believe he has been an incredible advocate for this city, and I wish him the best in his next chapter. So with that, we have had a motion. We have had a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend the agenda? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We have amended the agenda to add an item after closed session on an agreement and general release of employment for Mr. Tim Salmon. Council, we now have to vote on the actual agreement as was discussed in closed and as will be a public document after this vote. Is there a motion to approve the agreement and general release as presented?
I make a motion.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve the agreement or the mutual separation agreement as presented. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Council, I now need a motion to approve a resolution of approval of separation agreement with Timothy Salmon and authorizing the mayor to execute the agreement on behalf of the city of Goldsboro. I need a motion.
I make a motion.
Motion has been made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to authorize the resolution as stated. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. With that, we now have a vacancy in our city manager position. Council, I'm asking you to approve the immediate appointment of Mr. Matthew Livingston as interim city manager to also include a stipend on his salary to bring him to the current level of the exiting city manager for an undetermined amount of time. But this stipend will need to be on an hourly or daily rate because we don't know the length of time yet.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? All right. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Mr. Livingston, you're officially the interim city manager. Thank you for your time.
My best.
And your willingness. And we look forward to you guiding us through this period of transition. And to those watching, to those who become aware of this, we will be beginning a search immediately. That will be an internal and external search. We want to ensure that this city is doing what it can to attract the best and the brightest to be able to lead the city. And we may find that right here. We may not. But we're going to spend the time and the effort to go and do it. And I look forward to leading us during that process. So with that, is there anything further to come before council this evening? We're adjourned.